Well, here's a video of Bola Ahmed Tinubu muttering those unintelligible words which have since gone viral. Let's take a look.
You see the innovation. If we lend ourselves to innovation, we can create wonders. Yeah, it's a successful, again, a town hall, different from Blue. Bulaba.
RUFAI.
Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia.
kwese bifi maipe. Asi pada wata do weni boge mewo. Okay. Papa yelo bifi. Ane ikilanya. Mama musi na nwa metogo kwa. Aga na nwa mujelumba. Owe butike. Aga nilu ne butilo wane mo. Ata me wake ya dika kwa ya jomba.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, don't be cheap. It's once again, everybody be there. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, Chopper. National Airport, National Stadium, President, my sister, brother, I be the master. Oh, Iboma, I go chop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time in Lamentation. The refinery, the contract, but you must pay me some more money. They can't bring down. I pay the master. I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my telephone, I go show them fire. National Airport, National Stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the I be the master. Refinery, the contract that you want, but you must pay me some more money than I bring up. I be the master. Let me be the master.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. So there it is. You'll be the Mugun, I'll be the master. Look at that. I'm not quite sure that's what I should be saying to my audience, but there it is. Not my words. So the words of that pardon me, the words of that character that was just entertaining us right there. So you be the Mugun, I be the master. Good day to you, good to be in your company, or that. Good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? So we start it off with a greeting. We always start it off with a greeting. Good day to you, good to be in your company, or that. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as I invite you to do so. Do so. Click on the like button. Not already subscribed, please correct that. Come join me on the screen via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. I'll send it to the comment section again. So it's the first line. So it will be then the first line item in the comment section. I'm talking slowly so I can find it. So come join me on the screen via this hyperlink right here that says I've got so much super chat on my head. The hyperlink doesn't say super chat, but it says StreamYard. So if you want to come and join me on the screen, if you want to come and engage in the conversation, if you want to come and document your thoughts, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, come join me on the screen, especially if you've never been on before. We are forever looking for new voices. So yours might well be the voice of the day. If you are new here, you get priority so that we can document how you view politics and how you're looking at the Nigerian landscape. So all that, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. Share the links just as widely as you can. And I want to be seeing the sharing on Facebook. I don't see quite sufficient because it's quite easy to share on Facebook. So I'm not seeing people sharing the links on Facebook. So I want to see you sharing on Facebook. And also, I need you to do something right now. We're trying to get our numbers up on TikTok. So I think we need a threshold of about 400, I should say, followership before we're able to be streaming to TikTok. So we want to start streaming to TikTok, but we need numbers up. So there is the link to the platform's TikTok page right there. So click on it, go follow, so that we can hit that threshold and start streaming to TikTok. So all that. Now, a lot of things to do, by the way. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. Click on the link to the TikTok page to go and follow. And of course, super chat towards the stream. So all those things. So do all those things. Let's just get started. And say hello as you are coming in. You can even say hello with an insult, like Aiko Gilmer always does. That is his own. That's how he shows love. I wonder if he has wet dreams about me. I suspect he does. I hope he doesn't. So say hello in the comment section as you are coming in, so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello back. So saying hello is a Rattel family. So I see you, Rattel, right there. It is me, Adrian. So that's Adrian asking how my day went. Thank you, Adrian. It went well. That's George Blue Shell right there, a long-standing member of the platform. That's Ufuoma Michael right there. So good to see you. I'm not quite sure if you are male or female, or maybe you are just gender neutral. I'm not quite sure where you are in the spectrum. You know, I'm not quite sure even how many genders we have now. So you have there's male female, which is the traditional one. I don't even want to go into that space, but whatever your gender is, I say hello to you back. I could get me, of course, a real supporter follower of the platform. That's all low pumping right there. Good to see you. And that's Top Force right there. That's Agbado Motenobo right there. And that, of course, Assalamu alaikum, alaikum salam to my brother from Borno. That's the elegant Hassan right there. And by the way, do you see this thing on the screen right there? Wazobia Dark Room. That's the name of Hassan's platform. So a lot of you, of course, know Hassan as one of the most elegant voices and one of the far-reaching thinkers on this platform. So he has his own platform as well, where he expands even more on his thoughts. So go give Hassan a follow right there, Wadzobia _ Dark Room. So that's where Hassan puts the world to right. So all that, there's not an abundance in the news. So a lot of the session will be, there's not an abundance in the news. So a lot, and by the way, tell me what the quality of my voice is. Is it coming across okay? Is it a bit quaky? Is it low? So I can make adjustments on my headset right here, on my system right here. But as I was saying, there's not an abundance in the news. So the bulk of this session will wrap around reacting to Rueben Abati's onslaught against Peter Obi earlier on today. So that's what the body of the session will wrap around. But before we get to that body, let's go via this scenic route. So we go via the scenic route, as we're still within the Peter Obi space. So, and by the way, we do speak a lot about Peter Obi on this platform. There are times even that we speak about him almost every single day of the week. The reason why is because Peter Obi has never left the news cycle since the election results was announced in March 2020. When was it even? 2023. So he has not left the news cycle, and because he just he assaults the news cycle so aggressively that there is no other space to look other than to look at him. It's a little bit like Nnamdi Kanu under the Buhari administration. He would just never leave it alone, always vituperating and peacocking and puffing up. So we cannot not talk about him because he has not left the news cycle since the last election results were announced. But hopefully by February 2027, we would never ever have to speak about Peter Obi again. But he is in play again. So let's start it off then. Kick it off. Oh, is that on the screen? So let's start it off then, kick it off with this. So we start it off, we kick it off with this. And Peter Obi, by the way, is an ethnic project, so it's very much, the people propelling him are people of his own ethnic stock. So that's really the proportion of Peter Obi, and you see it in the news cycle, or almost universally, all of the big voices from the East, they are Peter Obi supporters, which is anomalous to just statistics. It's anomalous to statistics that almost universally a whole ethnic stock backs one man. So the only thing that explains that is to say that Peter Obi is an ethnic project. And I think we all know, every single one of us know that Peter Obi is very much an ethnic project. An ethnic project, why Peter Obi wants to become president. This is Chimamanda Adichie, or Adichie, whatever her name is. So yes, let's just read through this. Renowned Nigerian writer Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie has stated that the desire of the 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi to become president is not born out of desperation or personal ambition, but from a genuine concern from Nigeria. So on what basis? What is the basis of this statement? Because Chimamanda Adichie, she doesn't have an established relationship with Peter Obi. They were never aligned until Peter Obi became a phenomenon within the political space. She was never aligned with him when he was a governor. I don't even think they've had any really personal contact outside of outside of 2023. So it is only now that Peter Obi is pushing himself so aggressively that she's now acknowledging him and running commentaries about him. So why is that? So what then forms the basis of making this sort of a categorical statement, which is all of course ethnic? Renowned Nigerian writer Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie has stated that the desire of the 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi to become president is not born out of desperation or personal ambition, but from a genuine concern from Nigeria. So she's not positioned to be making that statement because she doesn't know sufficient enough of the man to make that statement. In an interview on Channels Television's Amazing African, Adichie said Obi does not need to be president, but wants to serve because he cares deeply about the country and believes in its potential. He, Obi, does not need to be president. He wants to be because he cares about Nigeria, but he does not need to be. I think the last, I don't think Peter Obi gives an FUCK about Nigeria. He desperately, with a capital D, wants to be president. They lost their lure, the money, the power, all of that. That's what propels him. I don't think he gives an FUCK about anybody outside of himself. In an interview on Channels Television's Amazing African, Adichie said Obi does not need to be president but wants to serve because he cares deeply about the country and believes in its potential. He, Obi, does not need to be president. He wants to be because he cares about Nigeria, but he does not need to be. And that is a very important distinction. There are people who are desperate to become president, not because they have any good intentions for the country, but because of their ego. She said. Adichie explained, well, anyway, let me just leave that. Adichie explained that her support for Obi is rooted in his selfless leadership and commitment to Nigeria, as well as her own belief that with the right leadership, the country can move forward. The award-winning writer praised Obi's humility and sense of public accountability. So where is that sense of public accountability when people have been pushing them to publish the accounts of all the monies he raised during that campaign? We've not yet still had an account of all that, the countless billions of naira that was donated towards that campaign. Is never rendered account. People have been asking for it. So I'm not quite sure what the public accountability is all about. The award-winning writer praised Obi's humility and sense of public accountability, describing him as a leader who does not see service as a favor to the people. Peter Obi is not a person who expects you to thank him for doing his job as a leader, because to him it is his job. There is a sense, I think, in Peter Obi that he is accountable to the people. He does not think that somehow he will lord it over people. The style of the leadership doesn't really matter in a lot of instances. The style of the leaders, is it Adichie? I beg your pardon. Am I calling her Adichie? So Adichie, Chimamanda. Let's just call her Chimamanda. That's probably easier for me. It doesn't really matter the personality or the style of leadership doesn't even really matter. It's the impact of that leadership. So you can be empathetic and ineffectual, or you can be draconian and impactful. So it's the impact that counts, not the wringing of the hand and playing, Mr. Humble, Mr. Boy, as Ruben Abati described him earlier on. Adichie also reflected on a long-standing relationship with Obi, saying his values have remained unchanged for over 15 years. The person I knew 15 years ago is still the same in terms of his values. He is genuine, consistent, and curious. Qualities that I believe are essential in leadership, she said. She, however, declined to speculate on how she would feel if Obi does not eventually become the presidential candidate, saying, I don't want to talk in specifics about how I will feel if he is not the presidential candidate. I don't want to think about that yet, because we don't know what will happen. So that's Chimamanda Adichie then doing her own bit then for tribe and ethnicity. So that's Chimamanda Adichie. We go on from that to this. And this was going to be the headline before I pivoted to the Abati narrative. El-Rufai's son threatens to kill social media user over controversial statement. So the fact that he's able to make this statement and just feeling confident that nothing can happen to him, that's the biggest concern of all. There are people in Nigeria, a vast swathe of people, even ethnic stocks, that are above the law. And he's a prime example right there. Who will move against a Fulani person, and then they will send all of their JANJAWEED from the Sahel to come and genocide the whole of everybody. BASHIR El-Rufai, son of former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai, stirred anger online after threatening to kill a social media user and his family. Correspondents report that the threat came in response to a comment made to his mother, Hadiza El-Rufai. Hadiza had made some remarks on the U.S. travel ban that affected Nigerians Nigeria, and 3 other African countries. The former First Lady, she's not the former First Lady, former First Lady of Kaduna State. So let's put it in its right perspective. The former First Lady tweeted that many Nigerians doing well abroad are of Igbo origin. So yes, I did see her make that comment on her Twitter. Actually, Hadiza El-Rufai. So I did see her make that comment online that many people doing Nigeria proud in their abroad are of Igbo origin, and there is no equivocation about that. There's just an abundance of Igbo people doing excellently well and making us proud. There's a lot of them propelling the Nigerian name just in terms of how people view us in positive lights. Doctors, lawyers, politicians, all of them, a vast swathe of it. Even before Kemi Badenoch became an entity, there was a guy called Chuka Emmanuel who was actually going to be, he was actually going to get that slot. That was when Obama was president in America then, and it was the wave then, it was the trend then for black people to come to the fore. And the conservatives wanted to push him then, but he buckled it. So there are a vast swathe of Southeasterners doing well in their abroad. But that is not to, so we have to make the distinction though that they don't constitute the majority, but they constitute a large mass. So it's not, they are not the majority of people doing well in their abroad, though. The majority of people doing well, the majority of Nigerians doing well in their abroad, they are Yoruba people. But the Southeasterners, the Igbo people doing well in their abroad, they constitute a large mass. The former First Lady tweeted that many Nigerians doing well abroad are of Igbo origin. While some agreed with her, others lashed out, prompting her to respond that online abuse will not silence her. She wrote, "No cyberbullying can take away my right to express my opinion. Not everything is about politics, but that is something some of you will never understand." One of the replies by a user known as Justice09 included a harsh message aimed at Hadiza. The user wrote, "You no go die well, ma." But Bashir fired back in a now deleted post, warning that if the user ever repeated such a statement again, he would trace them and unalive them and their family. He wrote, if you ever utter that phrase to my mother again and delete that tweet, I am going to find you. It is easier than you think, and unalive you and your family." And there he is right there making that statement. So it's quite a wayward little element, that Bashir little guy. So there's that. So this will be the last readout name before we go to the Rueben Abati clip, which is going to be the body of this particular session. So we go on from that to this. Yes, we go on from that to this. Let's go on from that to this. 2027, the North deserves more than being used as a political ladder. Bashir Ahmad kicks against plans to present Goodluck Jonathan as presidential candidate. So the only ticket that does make sense actually is a Goodluck Jonathan ticket, because it gets rid of Tinubu and it guarantees just one term, because that's all is constitutionally availed to do anymore. Ahead of the 2027 election, former presidential aide Bashir Ahmad has kicked against plans to present Goodluck Jonathan as a presidential candidate. According to him, some political elements are planning to present Goodluck Ebele Jonathan as presidential candidate because they feel he will be easy to market to the North. According to him, it is a bad precedent, as the North deserves to be treated better than being used as a political ladder. So what is the context for that? In what context are they being used as a political ladder? From all indications, there are ongoing subtle moves by certain political elements trying to convince former President Goodluck Jonathan to contest again in 2027. They calculate that his candidacy will be easy to market in the North. under the guise that he would only serve one single term. But the troubling part is that this push is not rooted in what he would offer the North or the country at large, but merely in political convenience and power rotation. The North deserves more than being used as a political ladder. So that's what he said. Is that not what you guys always position yourself? Is that not what you guys always position your zones for? Political ladder, not about how the zone will be further developed or your people pulled out of poverty and given proper education. Good luck, Ebele Jonathan gave you all that, but because you wanted power, you voted him out. What did you gain? It is indeed so that's that. So that's Bashir Ahmed then riding against the prospects of Good Luck Jonathan being returned on. So that's him riding against the prospects of Good Luck Jonathan. I'm not seeing anybody signing up for our TikTok page, by the way. So look, this is us on TikTok. Let me show you us on TikTok. So we need numbers going up. So the link is in the comment section. So go follow us on TikTok. That's us on TikTok, like there, right there. Let me send the link again. I want to see some numbers go up on that TikTok place. TikTok. Who came up with such a ridiculous name anyway? TikTok. What does that mean? Is it a clock? Anyway, whatever it is, go follow us on that space. So that's that. So now let's now go on then to the real. Oh, where is it? I thought I had it up. So let's now go on then to the video we're going to be reacting to for this session. I am talking slowly so that I can oh gosh, where is it now? Un momento, por favor. Un momento, por favor. Do you know what that means? Un momento, por favor. Un momento. Yes, there it is. So this now is going to be the body of the session. We're going to be reacting to this. We're going to be reacting to this Rise TV session. So yes. All right. Let's get it, as Kaizo would say.
Now, the 2023 presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, is reiterating his promise to serve only one term of 4 years if elected Nigeria's next president in 2027. Now, in a statement on Sunday, the former governor of Anambra State explained that his decision to serve only one term is sacrosanct and inspired by the legacy of visionary leadership of American presidents Abraham Lincoln, John F. Kennedy, and Nelson Mandela of South Africa, each of whom stayed for a term or even less in office. But we're able to prove that longevity in office is not necessarily something that guarantees success, but rather it is how impactful and purposeful the leadership. That is what matters most. Now, responding to critics of his decision to serve only one term, Obi said that they should desist from judging him by their own corrupt standards, stressing that his word is his bond. Meanwhile, the Chief of Staff to the President, Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, has mobilized former legislators in support of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's second-term bid and urged...
All right, we're going to skip it forward to where we want to be. So let me just bring it here.
Politics editor Samna Sambo. Good morning, Samna.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
I hope you can hear me.
Femi,
good morning. Good morning.
Abati, Bimbai, and the rest of us.
Good morning, Samna.
Okay, well, where do we start from? Sumna Sambo. Let's deal with the Peter Obi issue first. I have a report here, or a WhatsApp message from Chika Nabuife.
And by the way, a lot of what Ruben Abati is going to say here is what we have always said endlessly on this platform. The North has no reason to vote for Peter Obi. They don't count him as anything. They don't buy into all this noise that you people are making. They know Peter Obi was a failure in Anambra State, and they know that it's just a pedestrian element. He is not an intellectual. Is not known for intelligence. The best thing that Peter Obi sells himself on is pragmatism. So they don't count him as anything in spite of the noise, But what they do count is the rotation of power, and they know that if Obi gets in there, there's nothing that removes him for the next 8 years. So they're not going to take that chance. They'll either go with Tinubu, go with Goodluck Jonathan, or vote their man, Atiku Abubakar, but they would never vote for Obi now because they are not morons. We've said that endlessly here, but at last, the penny now starting to drop in mainstream media.
Head Media Subcommittee, Anambra South Zona Mega Rally. He used to be my colleague at The Guardian. And he's saying that, look, in our newspaper review this morning, we were saying that Governor Soludo made reference to Mr. Peter Obi, and that it is not true. And that the whole story about serving one term has nothing to do with Mr. Peter Obi, that Governor Soludo was referring to opposition candidates from the Anambra South Zone in the state who are talking about serving only one term. And he says, this has absolutely nothing to do with Mr. Obi. Please set the record straight. But apart from this complaint from Anambra, right?
Oh, okay. During the newspaper review, I don't think we mentioned Anambra.
No, not your review.
Oh, okay.
I think the review
at the beginning of the show.
yours,
I'm with you. I'm sorry. My apologies.
So, this, apart from this from Unabufe, do you think it is possible in Nigerian politics for anybody who becomes president from any zone to promise, oh, I will serve only one term, and people will believe that person? Because these positions are not held only by persons. They are also held by ethnic groups, geographical zones, and all of that. And all of them will come and say, no, this is our turn. And if Mr. Peter Obi becomes president of Nigeria, do you think Igbos will agree with him to say, oh, I want to do only one term, when the last time they held the #1 position was since the time of Aguiyi Ironsi?
Very interesting proposition by Mr. Peter Obi there. And then, of course, your question is very, very apt. There's always been this mutual distrust between Nigeria's ethnic groups, especially when it comes to the presidency. But like you have said, if he does come to power, it will be a different ballgame. But don't forget that your former boss, former President Goodluck Jonathan, then as president of Nigeria in 2010, 2011, had proposed a single term of 6 years.
So what this guy is saying here, it bears no relationship to the question that Rueben Abati is asking him. Rueben Abati is asking that, does he think that if Peter Obi becomes president, the people of his ethnic stock will allow him serve only one term? That's where the question is. So I'm not quite sure why he's perambulating and just going around the houses.
Having seen how the presidency is being used like a football to be kicked around the 6 geopolitical zones, he has said that, look, if we want this country to move better and for us to achieve this rotational presidency, I think one term of 6 years will be better. And so that's the context from which I'm saying this proposition by the former Labour Party presidential candidate in 2023. And he's putting his...
That's not at all the context. He's not contexting, he's not going to serve a 6-year term. So what arrant nonsense is this guy talking about? Peter Obi is not going to serve a 6-year term because the Constitution does not facilitate for a one single term 6 years. And by the way, there's a conversation to be had there, because I feel personally that was an idea that Goodluck Jonathan proposed in the tail ends of his administration, that the Nigerian presidency should be a 1 6-year term administration. So within a 6-year period, you should be able to do everything that you're intending to do. And whatever you're not able to do within that 6 years, and then you don't have the burden of re-election. So you can just put all of your energy into administration, which I agree with. But that is not what the Constitution says. So that cannot be the backdrop to Obi's commentaries. Obi's commentaries was to assuage the North that power will still transit to them in 2031. So then inviting them to come and vote for him. So that's what Obi was alluding to. And the question of Abati is then, how would that then proposition play with Obi's ethnic stock? So that's where that conversation is. But I'm not quite sure what this. I think this guy is from the north, isn't he? This character on the screen. So maybe that explains.
Integrity at stake, and you know, it's like advertising. Peter Obi is pitching to the north, and pitching to the rest of the country. But what I want to say is that Nigerians should critically take a look at it. They should give it a huge consideration, considering the challenges that we have right now. The Southwest itself, from which President Tinubu comes from, has enjoyed this Fourth Republic more than other component parts of the country. And I think Peter Obi was trying to direct that to other parts of Nigeria to take a critical look at it, because Obasanjo did it.
I'm not quite sure that is factually true. We've had what, 2 years of what's it called, Yadua, which are two and a bit years of Yadua, 8 years of Buhari, and we've had 8 years of Obasanjo and 2 years of Tinubu so far. So I'm not quite sure that the Fourth Republic has weighted towards the Southwest, and a lot of people even quibble that Obasanjo doesn't even count as a Southwestern president.
Yes, we've had Tinubu now completing one term, which will now make it 12 years by 2027. So if Peter Obi is able to, you know, put his integrity more at stake and reach out to the right stakeholders, he could actually pitch this in a better position that will make it look like the Southeast can conclude that 4 years that's left for Southern Nigeria, and that he stands a chance. People should hold him by his integrity. Yes, of course, he actually did well in the last presidential election, and his integrity is at stake. But the major problem that I have with him is not this pitching that he has brought in place. It's for the fact that he's confusing his followers, his supporters at the moment, because they don't know whether he's in ADC or he's still in Labour Party. And so that in itself, that he does not have a strong political vehicle that they can count on right now, is counting against him compared to this pitch. But this pitch that he has brought is a very, very perfect pitch. It aligns with what then President Goodluck Jonathan.
The fact is, Peter Obi is stuck midstream without a paddle. That's what it's just floating in the middle of the ocean somewhere. You know, Labour Party is not strong enough a vehicle to drive Peter Obi into Aso Rock, and even the party is in total disarray. Labour Party and ADC was constituted and composed and constructed and put together simply for article. You know, after 2027 election, ADC will dissipate. It will just break down and just it will just vanish into thin air, because all of the characters there will find new homes. So it will not be an ongoing entity. It will revert back to the people it belongs to, which is they may be Kachuku. So those are the owners of that party, and they will revert back to them, just like Labour Party will revert back to the people that own it after 2027. So Peter Obi doesn't have a vehicle to drive to Aso Rock. That's really where he is. So he's neither in Labour Party, they don't even want him there. And certainly, if Peter Obi goes to ADC, then he has to jettison this idea that he's going to be on the ballot in 2027. Because he cannot be on the ADC ballot and Atiku Abubakar as well. And Atiku is not going to jettison his ambition for anybody. So Peter Obi, like I said, is in the middle of the ocean without a paddle. So it's just drifting.
And I think rational Nigerians who think politically and want the sustenance of this country should actually consider it, and they can hold the Southeast and Mr. Peter Obi to this one-term proposal.
So how are they going to do that? We saw it with Goodluck Jonathan. Goodluck Jonathan said he was going to complete he completed Yadua's tenure, and then he had his own full term, and the agreement he had with the North then was that he was only going to serve one term. But then when it came to the point, when it came to the decision space, he completely changed his mind and put himself on the ballot again. And there was nothing anybody could do about it. All they could do was to form another party, which they successfully used to get him out of power. So when Peter Obi becomes president, he's certainly going to put himself on the ballot again in 2035, and there is nothing anybody can do about it other than form an opposition to try and force him out of power. There is, it will, of course, everybody knows he will be on the ballot if he becomes president.
It's a very good proposal, conclude the 4-year of the South. But of course, then you have the biggest elephant in the house, President Bola Tinubu. Can he, if given the opportunity by ADC, for example, defeat a Bola Tinubu who is an incumbent, who has all the appurtenances of power, the coercive apparatus of state to wriggle his way into 2027?
Okay.
Well, it's left for us to see.
Except that nobody says ice cream in politics. Bola Tinubu is not going to give ice cream to another person because he wants to be seen as nice. That's not the arena for politics. Vimbai.
Now, beyond the politics of zoning, we also have to look at what's realistic and what's achievable. 4 years, do you think that's enough for anybody to make a real impact in governance of this country, especially what we've seen?
That's another scam that Obi is trying to run on the space, that within 4 years, it will turn Nigeria into El Dorado. So this has this sort of pronouncement now that is starting to let people pause for caution regarding this guy. That is he, as Wole Soyinka described him all those 2 years ago, there's just some graduate merchant, is going to transform Nigeria within 4 years and then hand it over to the North. It's just the idea is just too fanciful. It's just too ludicrous a statement to make.
With this current president, the fact that reforms take time and they're saying we're turning the tide and so forth. Generally speaking, most people believe that 4 years is not long enough to make an impact. What do you think of this?
Well, I think Nigerians should actually do away with that mentality. Yes, it may not be enough, but if, for example, Peter Obi is coming to build on the reforms already put in place by President Tinubu,
and by the way, this guy on your screen here is not a guest, though. It's a member of staff. That's the editor of the Rise platform right there. So you can see how vociferously he's agitating for Obi, which is to then tell you what you already know, that Arise TV is very much a Peter Obi platform. If their editor-in-chief is advocating with such passion and impassionment for one particular candidate, then that's to tell you then that the whole space is geared towards that guy.
What he needs to do is to also introduce other reforms in other places. There's nowhere that is stated that you need 8 years. I mean, the people who framed the Constitution knew that there was going to be a time where presidents could only spend one term. And so if the electorate feel that the presidents, the incumbents have performed, they can renew the term. And if they feel that the incumbents have not performed very well, then the people have the last card to actually kick the president out of office. So the people who put this provision in the Constitution could have as well said it should just be a one term of 8 years. But they said, no, let it be a renewable term. And so if you have someone who...
The reason why they did that was that the Nigerian structure is predicated on the American system. It's just a copy and paste. It's not any depth or rationale like this guy is trying to describe.
Who is really strong in reforms, who really wants to put the country first. I mean, take, for example, former President Umar Musa Yar'Adua. He spent less than 4 years in power, about 2 years plus, and we are still talking about him today. The reforms he put in place, that, like for example, the amnesty program in Niger Delta, they are still ongoing. So we need statesmen at this moment. We've had enough.
So the amnesty program in the Niger Delta is not a reform; it's a policy. So that's a misdescription right there. But outside of that, I kind of think of one thing that Yar'Adua did that he's referring to him as a point of reference. if you know of anything that Yar'Adua did, then please tell me. He bribed the militants in the Niger Delta in order then for the oil to be coming in so that he can then get some money to steal. So outside of that, what exactly did he do?
For politicians who come to do 8 years and we don't seem to have enough, including those politicians who wanted to extend their tenure from 2 terms of 4 years, like Obasanjo, where we had corporate Nigeria, for example, coming together in 2027, in 2006, 2007, wanting to extend the tenure of Obasanjo. If we want a reformist president, someone who just wants to put the country in good shape and then leave for the right leaders to come into place, I think we can do it. We can hold Peter Obi to his word, or even President Bola Tinubu, if his term is going to be renewed, hold him to some reformist agenda. It's long enough for us to just be giving people terms and compensating them because they have 2 terms or because they are from different regions. Can we try something new, for example, for the first time?
I mean, on this very same topic, we did see the Arewa Consultative Forum not really speak as hopefully as you've been speaking. They say that this move from Peter Obi is political strategy because, well, I can't speak for them, but perhaps the belief is that if he says that he only wants to do 1 term, then people in the north would be more inclined to back his presidency because there would be a rotation of power back to the north thereafter. What do you think about what the ACF had to say about this promise to only serve 1 term if he is elected come 2027?
Yeah, it's a very good pitch, and the ACF and other component parts of northern Nigeria.
Which one is ACF? Arewa Consultative Forum, okay.
Would want to actually give it a thought. But of course, then comes the question. It's not even about Peter Obi's proposal. My greatest fear for Peter Obi is that which major political party will hand over its ticket to him. Because the greatest fear is that Peter Obi, going into ADC, for example, can he stand an Atiku Abubakar at the primaries or a Rotimi Amechi at the primaries? Because Peter Obi has not really, if you look at his political trajectory, he has never stood at any major political primary and won that primary. In 2022, it was supposed to be his major test of national baptism in a major political party, but he left the PDP. The other times he was just as governor in 2003, and of course, you know what happened with Ngige and all of that, and he came and he got a renewable time. So 2022 was supposed to be his major test, but he left PDP, went to the Labour Party, and of course, you know what happened, and the ticket was handed over to him. Now, if a bigger political party, he wants to represent that big political party, he would have to face the bigger guys, like for example, Rotimi Amechi or Atiku Abubakar. Can he defeat Rotimi Amechi or Atiku Abubakar in the ADC? Or is the Labour Party, as it stands right now, are they willing to give him the ticket? Because we hear that some of them are not willing to give him the ticket. So beautiful proposition, but the platform now is the major problem that I'm saying. And the North will look at it from that prism and say, look, does he stand a chance? But look at Atiku Abubakar to also pitch in a 1 term. Can he be trusted? Can the Northerners agree? Is it not easier for them to go with Bola Tinubu and be sure that in 2031 they will get it back than for them to go with an Atiku Abubakar that they are not sure? And then, of course, it will affect the geopolitics of the Nigerian polity. So it's left for Nigerians to decide.
So he has already said it all right there. The North has no reason. There's absolutely no reason why the North will vote for Peter Obi. Why on God's earth would they? Why on earth? They have no belief in all of this noise about remember when the guy came yesterday and he was saying competence and integrity, and I asked him what the guy had, what his antecedent was, and he couldn't even say a single thing. So nobody buys into that scam. And why would they not vote for Peter Obi? I cannot think of a legitimate reason why they would.
I get your point about platform. That has to be resolved. But I'm saying that any politician that comes to you and says, I'm going to do only 1 term, that's a sign of desperation. It will not work. Just like all this.
At last, we get there. So at last, you know, At last, people now acknowledging this guy for what he is. Just a desperado. I am not desperate to be president. He is even more desperate than Atiku Abubakar, if that was ever a possibility.
Be sure that in 2031 they will get it back than for them to go with an Atiku Abubakar that they are not sure. And then, of course, it will affect the geopolitics of the Nigerian polity. So it's left for Nigerians to decide.
Sumna, I get your point about platform. That has to be resolved. But I'm saying that any politician that comes to you and says, I'm going to do only one term, that's a sign of desperation. It will not work. Just like all these gambits about serving food, carrying plates, and doing boy at parties that could be better organized by event organizers, it's also a sign of desperation. It doesn't work. It will never work. And then the second challenge, of course, is that you say the North will buy into this idea of one term. No, the North will not. Because the civil war in this country has never ended.
And there it is, absolutely right there. There it that the core of the matter is what Abati just. I thought that was the elephant in the room that nobody was willing to mention. The civil war in the country has never ended. Let me play you this song actually. Then I'll tell you just what Abati means. Let me play you this song. This is what Abati is talking about. Do you know what that song is? That song came out shortly after the coup, the Aguiyi Ironsi coup, where the Saldana of the Saldana of the Northerners, when he was killed, and that song was mocking how he was killed, that he was slaughtered like an animal. So that's the sort of tonality. So when Abati is telling you that the civil war has never ended, it's still a narrative that still recurs within the psyche of the North, just in the way that the Biafran war still recurs within the psyche of the Southeasterners. That coup, the killing of the Saldana, is still a recurring decimal contemporaneously within the psyche of the North. You know, they would rather all do one mass jump into the lagoon than vote for somebody like Peter Obi or of his ethnic stock to be their president, when they know the antecedent of what vests when power is vested in hands like that. So that is exactly the center of it all, what Abati just said there.
Parties that could be better organized by event organizers is also a sign of desperation. It doesn't work. It will never work. And then the second challenge, of course, is that you say the North will buy into this idea of one term. No, the North will not. Because the civil war in this country has never ended. I don't believe that Northerners who are already aggrieved with a Yoruba president will just shift and embrace the possibility of an Igbo president. There are contradictions.
You know, that's the pragmatism of it right there. Forget the romanticism, the kumbayaism, and the gnashing and howling that you hear every single day. The pragmatism of how real politics happens is what Abasi is describing right there. You have to be a special kind of retard for you not to understand what's being said.
Northerners who are already aggrieved with about serving food, carrying plates, and doing boy at parties that could be better organized by event organizers, is also a sign of desperation. It doesn't work. It will never work. And then the second challenge, of course, is that you say the North will buy into this idea of one term. No, the North will not. Because the civil war in this country has never ended. I don't believe that Northerners who are already aggrieved with a a Yoruba president will just shift and embrace the possibility of an Igbo president. There are contradictions in this country that have not been sorted out. We should lay the emphasis on competence, ability. If the Nigerian people are politically...
Even if that is the basis of the decision, I still don't see how Obi comes into play. If it's a competence and capacity, Obi doesn't have any antecedents in that. So, and if it's ethnic jingoism, it never played out in 2023, unlikely to play out anytime going forward. And if it's reliant on the North, Abati is already telling you the pragmatism of power coming back to them, the calculations, the calculus only lands either Tinubu, Goodluck Jonathan, or they push to get Atiku in. So that's where the calculus is. That's where the pragmatism of power getting to the North is. It doesn't lie with an Obi trajectory. It's just it's so basic. No, why should anybody? You must seek help if you think otherwise. There is no other permutations that permutate. I mean, if you cannot see that, then as I said previously, you need a checkup from the neck up.
Educated to a point where they can vote for a competent person, regardless of where it comes from, regardless of his religion. That's when this country will begin to move forward. So all this, I will do one time, I will serve you food, I will give you agbado. No, please, that's not going to work, in my own opinion. I don't know whether you disagree.
Well, I mean, competence, integrity, and all of that, very important for the next president of Nigeria, whether it's President Bola Tinubu, as he wants to continue.
There is nobody in the political field that those virtues are vested within. There is nobody within the pragmatism of possibilities of getting to Aso Rock. So I'm saying pragmatism of possibilities to discount then Sowore or Prince Adewale Adebayo, who pragmatically don't have any possibility of becoming president. So the pragmatism of possibilities presents only Atiku, Tinubu, Obi, or Kwakwanso. Those are the real possibilities. And in that sliding scale, actually, Tinubu, who is most probably going to be returned, Atiku, who may possibly replace him, Obi, almost like a lottery ticket, just 1 in a million chance, and Kwakwanso Mogbomo branch. So out of all of those four that have a pragmatic possibility of becoming president, there is none of them that all of these virtues that this guy is describing is vested within. None of them has any integrity. None of them have any name that is sellable. All of them are dubious characters of questionable background. These are criminal elements, all four of them. Tinubu, Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar certainly, and Kwakwanso. These are all criminal elements. So there are none of them that can possibly become the Nigerian president that the virtues that this guy is describing is vested within or are vested within.
Or it's for someone else that will be voted, or whether an Atiku Abubakar or Rotimi Amici and all of that. Yes, you've said it. Nigeria has not really recovered from the civil war and the politics of that period and all of that. But should we continue? That's what people are saying. And that's why it's time for statesmen to actually rise up. And why is a component part of the federation still being neglected? That's also on the conversation. When we started this country, independence-wise in 1960, it was started on a tripod. Democratically, the other two components of the tripod have ruled the country. So the debate will continue. Why is the third leg of the tripod being left behind? Eventually, we had a fourth tripod, which was
If this guy goes and spends 2 minutes on Twitter, then he will find out very quickly why the third leg of that tripod is being left behind. Tribalistic, insular, jingoistic. So go and look for the definition. I'm not saying you, but the guy asking the question. He should go and look for the meanings of those words. Then he will understand fully why the third leg of that tripod is being left behind. Tribalistic, insular, jingoistic.
The region that was carved out, the Midwest region that was carved out from the then old Eastern region. And the debate has been ongoing. Why not have someone from there? Well, we eventually had someone from the South, which happened to be former President Goodluck Jonathan. But then, how long can we continue to isolate one of the tripod that we started this country with in 1960? That is what statesmen, people who are thinking into the future, are saying. And that's why, if you look at politics, the geopolitics of Nigeria at the moment, the best chance that the Southeast has right now.
Imagine if the clannishness that we are seeing wrapped around the Obi narrative now actually has a power that has potency. Imagine that. We will take Lagos with this and that. They are jealous of what did that. Imagine if that sort of clannish, jingoistic whatnot, if that had real power, imagine how that would manifest.
Seems to be coming with someone like a Peter Obi. And then you see that if Peter Obi doesn't get it this time around, I wonder when next it could be, because he just looks like a semblance. Why not pitching for him? Look at President Bola Tinubu too. You have said it very clearly. Nobody gives you the presidency on a platter. And so Peter Obi has to do more than just offering this proposition. You will see how Tinubu supported several people. Supported Atiku Abubakar, supported Nuhu Ribadu, and eventually supported Buhari before getting it. How many people has Peter Obi supported to get to the presidency than before coming? The only time he got the opportunity was in 2019 with Atiku Abubakar, but in 2022, 2023, he broke out. When people are saying that he should have supported Atiku Abubakar and it would have been an easiest ascendancy. Well, there are others who are now saying that the best way the Southeast can get to the presidency, from another thinking, is for Peter Obi to be Atiku Abubakar's vice presidential candidate, and by 2031, Atiku Abubakar will not hand over to him. That's the surest way. And I think Peter Obi and others who should consider this. Well, because no one gives you the Nigerian presidency on the platter of gold. But Nigerians need to consider the Eastern region. That's the only pitch that I find very considerate. And of course, the issues of competence can come in there.
Okay, I get that principled position. After all, Payo Adebanjo pushed that position. But President Tinubu is saying he's the one representing the South now. If Buhari did 8 years...
Yes, the South already has representation, so everything is in order. So the power is vested in one region. They split it along the river line. So power is vested with one region, and then they serve either 1 or 2 terms, often 2 terms, and then it transfers over to the other region, and then they serve their complement of 2 terms as well. So Tinubu is the representation of the southern turn, and the southern turn wants to serve their full complement of 8 years, and already they're in play, and everybody is happy with how the country is being administered. So there's absolutely no reason for change. So that's exactly what Abati is saying right there.
The South is also entitled to 8 years, and that's where the argument is, and that's why Gbajabiamila is talking to his colleagues, and they are saying that the Southwest will hold this position for another 4 years. So there are many sides to this conversation. Thank you very much, Sumna Sam.
So there it is right there. The penny finally drops with Rueben Abati, and is presenting them what politics actually looks like to the daydream believers. The daydream believers. Let's have a little bit of a musical interlude just to calm down from it. So there it is right there. You better focus on after business with the farm pleasure. So there it is right there. So we're still staying within the theme of who governs, how people are permutating in order then to satiate their political ambitions, to satisfy their political ambitions. So there is another factor that people are still not giving due consideration to, Rotimi Amechi also has ambitions to be Nigerian president. We saw how fervently, he actually came second in the APC primaries that delivered the ticket to Tinubu. So he came second. I think Oshibanjo actually came third. He even beat Oshibanjo. And that ambition is still burns as ever. It still burns with the same fervor, with the same. Is it inferno? It's certainly still burning within him the ambition to be Nigerian president, Rotimi Amechi, and he, of course, not to be outmaneuvered, he came out to say this. What this?
Bola Tinubu would have spent 4 years by 2027, and Peter Obi, for example, said, "I won't spend more than one term." Would you be considering that too?
Of
or
course.
Is the ADC considering
of course.
a one term for a southerner?
Of course. Let me tell you why. For now, the way Nigeria is, you must keep to that agreement, unwritten agreement that says South 8 years, North 8 years. Okay, that's the question you need to ask. I led a fight against the PDP government. Why? Because there was an agreement that the current government, the government at that time must spend 4 years. And after 4 years, the government reneged. And I said, no, that would be unfair. That would be instability at its peak because the North will react. So the best thing to do is to do what? Is to support another candidate to continue the balance of power. Just like I would be among those saying to the North, no, the South must be allowed to complete their tenure. If the South is not allowed to complete their tenure, then we have made a mistake in supporting.
So if you get a ticket, you only do one term.
Of course.
And Nigerians can trust that.
I've told you.
You know this question.
Nigerians know that I speak my mind. Nigerians know that what I can't do, I will not say, including the minister, including the minister of aviation. They know that, including the president. The president knows that. The day the president left my house.
So that's Rotimi Amechi right there, lockstepping with Peter Obi in terms of making ludicrous promises that nobody. They just have to make that promise to document it. They know that nobody believes it, and they know that they know that they don't mean it either. But they just have to say it just for the purposes of documenting it as something to wrap narratives around. So you have to be retarded beyond redemption to imagine that Rotimi Amechi becomes president and he will only serve one term. So that's Rotimi Amechi then lockstepping with Peter Obi right there. And by the way, if Peter Obi crosses over to the ADC, that ends everything for him, because of course when they get to the primaries, it will be heavily fought between Atiku Abubakar and Rotimi Amechi. Rotimi Amechi is dollared up from all that is stole from the Ministry of Transportation and also the residues of what is stole from River State. So he's heavily dollared up. Atiku certainly dollared up and also backed by an ethnic stock. So they would dollar it out. And when the results come in for the ADC primary, Atiku will still get that ticket. Rotimi Amechi would lose and cry, and Peter Obi would not even be in the reckoning. It would be like that pastor. What was that pastor that ran in the APC primaries and only got one vote that he did? So Peter Obi, if he primaries in ADC, that finishes him, and he will revert back to our Labour Party, then that just finishes him as well. So Peter Obi, did he even primary in Abga when he became governor? I'm not sure. But let's go on from there. Let's come to this. This is an advisory from a serving soldier is pointing this at the Nigerian youth. So let's watch this.
So good morning, gentlemen. Today I come with a little advice for those of you young guys that are looking for this Nigerian army and this armed forces military job. Make could I not enter? Make I tell you the truth. Because this country, we need to kill us like this, but people like say we are similar to ants or something like that. It's not. I know some people will think that I don't want you guys to enter because maybe I'm enjoying it or something like that. There's nothing like enjoyment in the armed forces. Let me tell you the truth. There's nothing like enjoyment. It's just because you love your country. That's why you are doing this job. But it seems like the country did not care about. You understand? So it's better for you to go and look for capital and start your side business. We that have already entered, you don't enter, you have to see the end of it. But my brother, this job is not easy. This is a small advice. If you like, take it. If you don't like, don't take it.
Yes, the conditions of the Nigerian security apparatus is something that is beyond embarrassing, something that really should be addressed. I could play you this other clip as well. This is another soldier still lamenting, but his lamentation actually, I'm not going to play it because it's quite lengthy, but his lamentation actually wraps around the Super Falcons that look at all of this money. Actually, let him speak for himself. I'll play you about 2-3 minutes of it.
Wow. Nigeria, our country. It is fine. This video where they do I'm like this. And they do this video. And they dedicate this video from the seat of councillor down to the seat of president. This video na fauna. In fact, to all our leaders. Now no see person just do work for 3 months. You know, even reach a month. It will be 3 months. Nigeria president is signing 160 million for each person. All the players, they are 24, if I am not mistaken. 160 million for each of them. And all the coach, they are collecting 80 million. 80 million. All the player, president give them 3-bedroom flats, each of them. And a Nigeria soldier, #1 security of this country, money where they pay him from the very day where the person go join army till 35 good years. That is when you have luck to serve the 35 years. Plus the one where they will pay you, say you don't retire, may you go rest. If you join them together, you know rich money, whether they give those girls where do work of 1 month. The money where they give each of them now, join them together. The trophy where they even win, you know richer. They say they make Nigeria proud. A soldier that have been suffered, die, some of them no return, go their village with their hand. Some no go with their ears, some no go with their two legs, some no go with their spinal cord, some died in the bush like animal, bed in the bush. Animal eat their flesh, they were nowhere to be found. Money where they pay them for salary. A private soldier that pass out today, money no reach 110. 110 that he no reach. Before they go even pay that money, all the stone and the wood, all of them go cry before the money go come. And person will just work for 1 month, they collect 160 million plus apartment. Wetin soldier do now? Wetin soldier do the country? When the whole die, where soldier they die. Some go join today, they don't even chop 1 month salary. To bury him as a hero, money no dey to bury him. Some no even chop 2 months salary, money no dey to bury him. A senator, they collect 29 million every month. Money where soldier work for 35 years, you know even reach money where senator they collect for 1 month. Those years now, they collect 160 million. Because they win the trophy, and the trophy no even reach wait till the gather give them. Plus the one where governors donate together. Well, the only thing when me at the thank God be say, nobody they bribe debt. If debt come, nobody they bribe her. Take this one, I bet no kill me. Take this one, I bet no kill my children. You know, if you don't come, you don't come. You never take Buhari don't go. I want see person who go right and see as Buhari go there, na him be president for there. I want see the person who go right and come corridor. The way that they bring animal husbandry, Bobo history, Bobo for the country. See, if Abacha no fit carry this word, this country, go grave with them, go day for there, nobody go fit do them again. And I still they talk this thing. One day, God will climb horse, enter Jerusalem. That's the way that they sing Hosanna, Hosanna, Hosanna for freedom, happiness and joy. God will come out Israel from the hand of Egypt that time. That the same God will locate Nigeria one day, where military go come out from civilian hand, where joy go day. One day, God will use one civilian for there, he go still use them for Nigeria, when Nigeria will still better. House where soldier they sleep for barrack, even a senator dog will not go fit enter that room. Well, I still thank God. Buhari don't do it, oh, he don't go. Abacha doing it, oh, he don't go. Well, I thank God. The thing when soldier do now go talk. Because God they have where you know they sleep. That God where you know they sleep every night and day they see him. And that is him God go fight for soldier one day, especially other rank. The kind God where use other rank for another country, you go use one other rank for this country. And by the special grace of God, it will come to pass. See?
So that's that guy. It's essentially asking for a coup because the parallel is drawing is what's going on in Burkina Faso, and he's saying one day the day will come when the civilians will not have supervision over the military. So that's a call for a coup right there.
See the time where they do this video, 2:52 a.m. Now they do this video. So today, now 30th July 2025. Now they do this video. So please, anybody who see this video, help me to share them, they carry them, they go. God will fight for one country where other rank go there. That the same God, he go fight for this country. One other rank go commot this country. Where would they so? He go commot them the way God used Moses commot Israel from Egypt hand. God will use one other rank commot this very country from pains, from tears, sorrow, everything. What would they pass through? And I just they do on our own. That God they watch. And like as I talk, now get money, now children know they did this country. Now children they another country, they watch us for television. How soldier they die. When I no worry. That God they watch. I clap hand for Mr. Tinubu. Thank you very much for make them happy. Thank you very, very much.
All right, so there's some legitimacy to what this guy is saying. I have to say I have some empathy for the way that soldiers are not really well treated globally anyway. Go to America, they abandon them after a war, and they all have all this post-war trauma, which they are vesting in some sort of, outlandish behavior. So it's not as though they still have a better system in America, but it's not even to their standards, is not that dissimilar to Nigeria. So and if you go to some of their barracks, it's just, like I said, you wouldn't put your dog in there in some of these spaces. We also watch the what the barracks or the police looked like in Ikeja back in those days. So I have some empathy for him, and it must rankle them when they see all these girls. Money's being. If you do the calculations, those girls now they are walking away with. They might well walk away with the total package is almost like ₦500 million each, because the house that they're giving them in Abuja, that must be the better part of 100 million. This $100,000 that they're giving them at 160 to the dollar, that's 160 million right there. And then their state governors topping it up with houses and monies. Those girls, they could be walking away. They are walking away with about 400. And by the way, these basketball girls, they're getting the same thing. They are getting the same thing, and this must rankle people that are giving up their lives for. Let me show you this headline. Actually, it says a gift to Super Falcon out of proportion. So I'm not sure that I disagree fully with that. They've not won the World Cup. They won some African tournament, and they're getting $100,000. So what will happen then if they won the World Cup? So I'm not distancing myself from the sentiments being expressed by that soldier boy right there. So I'm in accordance with his sentiments broadly, because I think the girl still deserves something, but is it out of proportion? Is it excessive? That's where the wider question is. So let's go on from there to the next clip. So now this 712 billion naira that is being spent on revamping the Murtala Mohammed International Airport. So this is what it will look like once it's done. So what's this?
Its former glory and elevate its status on the global stage. First, the inefficient road network will be replaced with 2 independent ring roads, the outer ring for departures and the inner ring for arrivals. Second, the existing structure of Terminal 1 will be strengthened to improve its integrity. A connection building will link the 2 terminals, and the skywalk will connect the car park to Terminal 2, ensuring seamless passenger movement within these facilities. Meanwhile, this half-century-old Terminal 1 will undergo comprehensive modernization, featuring an enhanced eagle-inspired architectural design that symbolizes a soaring and hopeful Nigeria. The upgrades will include both interior and exterior enhancements, improved passenger facilities, and advanced mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems to enhance operations and capacity. Terminal 2 will also undergo upgrades, including refurbished platforms, enhanced canopies, expanded boarding fingers, and an enlarged apron for greater efficiency. Once completed, passengers at MMIA will enjoy a significantly enhanced travel experience. The redesigned infrastructure will provide well-organized and direct access to the terminal buildings, improving.
So that was a promotional video of the future to come in terms of the Murtala Mohammed International Airport. So that's a promotional video of the future to come, and of course, very quickly, the opposition space via their news outlets are starting to rubbish it. Watch this, and as ever with the opposition space, is disinformation, misinformation, and oftentimes outright lie. Watch this.
Just to renovate Terminal 1 of the Murtala Mohammed International Airport. Yes, it's old, built in 1979, but didn't we already spend 106 billion naira rehabilitating it under the Buhari administration? So what happened? And the real punchline, Ghana, just right next door, built a brand new ultra-modern terminal at Kotoka International Airport for $250 million. That's half of what Nigeria is spending just to renovate. Let me repeat, Ghana got a new terminal, 6 air bridges, 5 million passenger capacity, top-class amenities, for half of the price of our
Now,
renovation.
by the end of this video, I expect the National Broadcasting Commission, the National Communications Commission, the National Union of Journalists, and any organization that is tasked with regulating news media and journalists in Nigeria to take action on this guy. Because I don't know why a so-called journalist will intentionally come on national television to misinform the public by giving them half-truths, like a common Facebook blogger. Now, what are the facts of the Ghana airport versus the Nigerian airport? Yes, Ghana spent 250 million naira on their airport, but they did not build a new airport. Ghana expanded an already existing airport. They created a new terminal in the Kotoka International Airport. Meanwhile, Nigeria is tearing down already existing Terminal 1. So it's as if they are rebuilding the terminal again and expanding Terminal 2, which was commissioned by Buhari. Buhari did not spend money on Terminal 1. And they're also correcting some design errors they said Buhari's administration or whoever made in Terminal 2 so that it can accommodate more passengers. Secondly, Mr. Journalist, why didn't you tell them that the Ghana airport, the project was done in 2016-2018? How dare you compare with the project that will be done 2025 to 2027, almost 10 years apart? Mr. Journalist, is it the same cost of construction 10 years ago is what it will cost you today? So what exactly is your aim? What exactly is your agenda, Mr. Journalist? You went ahead and told them the new facilities that will be added to the Ghana airport, it will be able to accommodate 5 million passengers. Why didn't you tell Nigerians the facilities that will be added to the Nigerian airport, the new upgrades that will be added, and the fact that Nigerian airport will not be able to accommodate 20 million passengers yearly? It will not suit the agenda. So why were you deliberately withholding information from the Nigerian public? Because you know many of them are... Anything you tell them, they just move with it. I mean, I saw this on Tunde North's page. Typically, if it was a normal blogger, I wouldn't even bother to listen to it. But this was a journalist on national television. When I saw the headlines, okay, let me hear what this guy has to say. And then I went and did my research. I was like, how dare this guy come online and do this thing? Please, National Communication Commission, National Broadcasting Commission, National Union of Journalists, take action on this guy.
Yes, and not just him, a whole swathe of them, starting with the little midget on Arise TV. So there's that. Let's go on from that to the next one. Let me just give you a little snippet of them throwing money at these basketball girls, same amount as the actually, let me not even bother. Let me play you this one instead. An old fight, a sequel to a sequel, and a never-ending saga. The Peter Obi space versus Omoyele Sowore, always outnumbered, never outgunned. That is Omoyele Sowore, always outnumbered, never outgunned. Watch this.
The last question. Yeah. So whether you like it or not, Peter Obi, is loved by the people, just the way you are loved by the youth. Yeah. Have you thought of collaborating with maybe form an alliance with Peter Obi to kick away the
I'm always ready for it. I'm always ready for it. But even at this time, Peter Obi himself is confused about finding an alliance. So, he needs this question more than he needs the solution more than you do, because in all honesty, it is the reason why I'm always confident in my criticism of Nigerian politicians, because I know that you can't help them and they can't help themselves. You know, someone that you have portrayed as someone who knows what he's doing, to now find himself going back and forth. Some days he's on the western side of politics, the other day he's on and the next day he's doing philanthropy. You know, I understand he has to do whatever he needs to do, but there are places you can't find me. You can't find me with armed robbers, even if they will help me win election. You can't find me with kidnappers, even if they will help me win election. You can find me with the police and you can say some of them are armed robbers and kidnappers, but at least you know those ones are official security agencies. So the collaboration we need, he already has seen. The people who followed him for good or bad reasons the last time did for one simple reason that all of you always said, that he wants to retire the old politicians. So how did he find himself in a retirement camp again? For the people he wanted to retire. The criminals he told you in 2023 he wanted to retire. He's now in a full embrace of those criminals. That shows to you that he was never part of you. That's where he belongs, and he's gone back there. Wish him well. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Need is what we're having here. Yes. Some of the collaboration that the big politicians talk about is collusion. It is how they can connive and work against you. For instance, what is supposed to be the biggest coalition in the country today is under the ADC. But in all honesty, anybody who experienced Buhari 2 years ago and had to go and queue behind El-Rufai. I don't know what's wrong with you. Or what's the guy who was there? Malami. Oh yes. So Adichie. I mean, except there's something. Maybe we are genetically disposed to failure. So anything that fails is attractive to us. So the collaboration we need is here.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
So let me the last question.
Yeah.
One out, please. We have less than 1 minute.
And there it is right there. How many times have we said this on this platform? So Peter Obi then tells us that he's going to dismantle the structures of criminality and is going to get rid of all of these criminal elements that have held that country hostage for so long. And to achieve that aim then is working in collaboration with Atiku Abubakar Malami and Rotimi Amechi. So that's the rescue team to come and rescue Nigeria from maladministration and corruption. The rescue team that Obi is working with Atiku Abubakar, El-Rufai, Rotimi Amechi, the people like Renovation, those are the people that are coming to rescue Nigeria. These are Peter Obi's team, rescue team, to rescue Nigeria from corruption. So that tells you, that's just all Abati was saying, is all desperate stuff. Desperate stuff, desperado, meli. So it's desperado, meli, and all that. Let's have a little soup song of Wike, who is always good copy. Here he is, giving it to all of them in both barrels. This is like a scattergun approach. He just sprays the AK-47, and anybody that the bullet hits, Wike.
What's that? The coalition. Coalition of
yes, the coalition.
Coalition of who and who?
No, should I mention the name of the party? The ADC.
Listen. If you say ADC, how is it a coalition? What makes them coalition? What is a coalition?
So what's the question?
A lot of people.
So how do you see? Will they be able to survive even next year?
All their political nature have been known for the campaign going from one party to the other. So every political period you do coalition. Every political period you do a coalition. Every political period you do coalition. Which, you see, if you say some people who have joined ADC, it's okay. This is not the first time they have joined new parties. Take for example, it is in their bloodstream that this is what they are going to do. That you can't change it. Atiku was in PDP in 1999. You forgot?
No.
You forgot?
No.
Under Passenger had problem with him. Is that correct? Later he joined who? AC. Which AC was controlled by who? Was controlled by who? Not by the president now. First, say speak out.
We're asking questions.
No, you can't. You know. Now, what happened to him after AC came back to PDP? Is that correct? Is that not correct? Then what happened? He moved again to APC. It's not correct. From APC again, he came back to PDP. Is that not correct? Is that not correct?
Yeah.
Just to get presidential ticket every time. Then, from PDP now, he has gone to where again?
ADC.
Kai. So, you see, let me tell you. You tell me. I don't know. If I'm his son, I will sit him down. I said, Dad, I did for whatever it's worth. It's just, how can you tell me as your son, you have made this history of jumping from one party to your almost 80-something years? How? How?
But they say they want to rescue Nigeria.
Hold on. Rescue what? Who has sank? You were VP for 8 years. You were VP for 8 years. You are the chairman of the National Economic Council. What happened?
Honorable Minister, your growl seems to be with the former Vice President.
No. I'm taking one by one.
Are you undermining?
No.
Just a moment. Are you undermining?
Allow me.
Yes.
I want the viewers to you ask, and you are talking about coalition. I said, you call coalition because when I move from one party to the other, that means coalition.
But you have only taken one person.
I'm just explaining. I will take another person.
Are you undermining the group of people who have left? Don't forget that members of the APC have also left. Some people have left the APC and are also a part of this ADC party.
That's what we are saying. All over our political history, people leave one party to the other party. That does not mean coalition.
When they're from multiple parties?
That's what was. Listen, PDP. Some people left other parties and joined PDP. Some people left PDP and joined the APC. Some people are not even APC because of one interest or the other. Ask me, what are you doing coalition for? What's the rescue?
If it's not a coalition, what would you call it?
And you are the one who gave them. I said people joined a party. People join one party they call ADC. Let me tell you why they have to do that. It is difficult now for them to have it in PDP. All this has to do with presidential ambition. Can I get my ticket? The way PDP is now, it's not likely that Atiku will get ticket. Therefore, it's not comfortable. Then he goes to tell you, let's come. Let's do a coalition against PDP. It's not correct. It is because he cannot get the presidential ticket under PDP.
What do we say about Senator David Mark?
To do what?
Senator David Mark.
What coalition?
Who left the PDP? Who has been in the PDP since its inception?
Can I tell you something? When we started having this issue of national chairman in North Central, there was pressure that the man could be the national chairman. We refused. Yes.
Why?
Why would you not refuse? What change will he bring to the party? For he was the Senate president for 8 years. What are the things that happen? What is improvement? I have told you here, I prefer somebody who has not had any position, who has come to tell me that, look, I'm doing this because this government, I want to help for a change, to achieve this and that. I will not listen to anybody who has been in power for donkey of years, who has refused to contribute anything to the development of the country. And now you come now to tell me this story, that look, we need to rescue this country. You were there, the country was sinking. You didn't rescue.
Also, that's wicked right there, giving it both barrels to the basket of deplorables. The corruption will fight back, Buhari told us, and it looks as though the corruption is fighting. I think this is the last stand at the OK Carol or Corral of the corruption people. This is their last hurrah, the corruption spaces. So after 2027, no more. Bye-bye El-Rufai, bye-bye Aregbesola, bye-bye Peter Obi, bye-bye Atiku Abubakar. So the last final stance of the deplorables. So the deplorables, I think that's sufficient enough. I've still got a few clips, but I think I've labored you enough. I'll send the link again if anybody wants the conversation hop on, especially if you've never been on before. Where and by the way, don't forget to like and subscribe. If you cannot super chat, those ones are free. The like is equal to a super chat. So if you click on the like button, then you in effect have super chatted as well. So and subscribe, of course. So like and subscribe, and if you want to complete the trilogy, then super chat as well. So all those things. So all those things. I think you've had enough of me waffling on endlessly. So let's play the Kegite. So that was in the link. Let me send the link. So let's play the Kegite, and then we'll see what happens after that. So let's play the Kegites. Tell me if you are fed up of the Kegites, by the way. If you want us not to be playing it anymore. So yes. Let me play you. Let me play you the Kegites. But on the way to the Kegites, let me play you. Let me play you this again because I'm obsessed with this at the moment.
Uche tukabulu, uche madu, made isuwanike. If I na yolisa, Ugoma no kotanti case. But if you get and I get with the wrong location, you will need feno. Rule number one, Ojela mule mule beya. I don't tell you, you better focus on after business with the operation.
So there it is. It's one of those tracks that you just find yourself bopping your head to. So that's what I'm obsessed with. That was Spice Key. His name is Spice Key or Fege or something like that. So that's the guy right there. So we play the K guys, and then it's in the lap of the gods after that.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, oh yeah, she go come water, 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 only water, where they see ma. Hapa oh night oh, hapa oh night oh, hapa you don't come oh, hapa oh night oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Failati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neriwa Agbese, may death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that. Joining us, one of our favorite friends, that's Prince Daddy right there. He actually quietly changed his name from back to Prince Daddy from Trump Daddy. So is that an indication of a displeasure with the Trump administration? Maybe he'll tell us later on. Of course, the cleverest woman on this planet, outside of my mom and my wife, of course. So the third cleverest woman on this planet, the elegance, that is Zeta right there, and our resident Fuji artist, Kenny. So that's the assembled so far. Assemble some more. The link in the comment section. Still plenty of space. Anybody that wants to hop on, hop on. So anybody that wants to hop on, hop on. So whoever is ready to go, just unmute and then we'll go in that order. So good to have you, lady and gentlemen. Who's ready?
Hello, woman.
Hello, Trump Daddy. What happened to Trump Daddy? What happened here? Look at that. You've jumped ship already. Didn't even take you a moment. Good to see you, my guy.
Yeah, you're welcome. What is my name showing on there? Is it showing something else?
No, it's showing Prince Daddy, but you were Trump Daddy once upon a time. So what happened? I was suggesting that you are displeased with the Trump administration.
No, that was to torment Adewale, that's why, and man of prestige.
All right, okay. All right. So yes. What's going on? What's the 411? Do you want to actually? What do you want to speak to? Well, do you want to especially speak to the headline on the screen? The Tigresses, as they call themselves, the Nigerian female basketball team. I didn't even know we had one, but of course you would know because I think you are invested in that sport. they won the African Championship again, so they've not gotten the same because they won it so quickly after the Super Falcon. They then had to give them the same compliment as the Super Falcon. But a lot of people are actually suggesting that the largesse of the state is actually out of proportion with the achievement of these girls. Where do you stand then in this overspending that Tinubu is doing, gifting all this $100,000 to some muley cat from Bariga?
Hello, everyone. Like, share, and subscribe. I love the show. Yes, woman. Actually, I know the Nigerian. They have a female basketball team, but and they're pretty good actually. You know, in the WNBA, they have quite a few Nigerians or players with background from Nigeria. Actually, even they are, some of them are actually sportscasters on the big networks. But you know, when I heard the soccer players, the football players, when I heard the award of $100,000, man, that was a lot actually. I'm like, damn, you know. But no, they're worth it, you know. But I thought 100,000 was kind of it's a huge amount, and considering everything right now in that country. But you know, now I just heard from you that they actually paid the basketball players $100,000 also, which is a lot. It is a lot. You see.
In any country in the world, it's a lot. It's a lot in where I am, and I'm pretty sure even as wealthy as you Americans are, $100,000 is still a lot. A lot of money.
Prince, was it a world championship that they won or something?
It was just some the big Botswana, some African championship.
African championship.
Botswana. Okay. So they didn't beat the US or Argentina. They didn't.
No,
they didn't even beat China, who are quite good. But sorry, carry on, Prince.
Yeah, how could I agree that the football players, if they had won the World Cup for $100,000, okay, that's fine. But African Cup of Nations for 500,000 or 100,000, that's a lot of money.
That you have won 9 times previously already. You won it 9 times before. It's like if it was your first time winning, it makes sense.
Wow,
10 times
that's a lot.
and you're getting $100,000.
That's a lot. I mean,
imagine if they've been giving them that. Sorry, Prince. Imagine if they've been giving them that every time they've won it, the 9 times in a row. We'll be taking an IMF loan to be rewarding these girls.
Exactly. But again, I'm not the one to complain about people's money. I mean, people are worth whatever anyone is willing to pay them. So kudos. I mean, congratulations. And also, you also said they got like a 3-bedroom house, which is great. But for example, Abati knows also in America, soccer or football, as you call it does not equal basketball or American football. So there's no way they're going to compensate American soccer players the way they compensate the basketball or football player or even the baseball players. So I'm not sure why. I can understand. Of course, soccer is big in Africa, right? But not basketball to that level. So I don't think that they should have paid the basketball players the same amount of money as they did the football players. But that's my take.
Can I interject? Sorry, sir.
Go ahead.
I disagree with you and all of you that are complaining. I don't know why people are complaining that everybody needs motivation. I mean, from every angle, what we can, anything we can do. These guys, you guys forget that they are not on salary. They've been playing, using their own money every single time. To achieve what they achieve. And all these years, nobody give them anything. There's no hope for them. And this man came. I said, you know what? I need to motivate you guys to do more. Now this basketball player. They've been playing this thing, but further, they've seen what president do to those girls. He motivated them to do more. That you know what? I want to achieve this. They have more energy. They have something else to think about. You understand? So he motivated them to do more. So I don't know why we are complaining. Look, see, these people, when they finish their career, some of them, they're broke. They'll be begging money to feed their family or to go to hospital. Then some of them will go online to beg for money for health. And nobody will know there. I mean, after that, England.
Sir, I hear you.
Hold on, sir.
It's not like.
Hold on, please. England just won Euro. Do you know how much they pay them? More than £40 million. That's what they collect. And nobody's complaining there's too much. So we should stop all this. You know, and in anything we can use to motivate them as support president to do that.
But Kenny, the number one source how they finance that in the West is through sponsorship and tax credit to those companies. So if MTN, Global and all those companies are incentivized to actually sponsor these programs, like funding them, I wouldn't have a problem with that. So you can work with corporations to fund sports. Government in America is not directly funding basketball or football. American, it's private investors, but through incentive. Like I was talking to Prince the other day about cities building stadiums. Remember, Prince? That is an incentive for them to build stadiums and to create jobs for the people in the local area. So I don't mind them being paid $100,000 or whatever, but that comes from the private sector, not the government shelling out dollars every time.
Yeah, of course, it is private money. Why would I ever complain? They should pay them $1 million each. They're worth it. But you know, see, again, I don't want to complain about the ladies getting paid, but giving them a house to me is huge. If you give them a house with $10,000 or $20,000, that's a lot of money still. And I don't believe, Kenny, that those girls pay that way. I don't think they have that money to be paying that way for everything. I know we may not have the best program and resources for our sports in that country, but at the same time, I don't think they themselves have the wherewithal to find it themselves. But I mean, all aside, you know, I think it's fine. It's fine. You know, they won the championship. Congratulations. They are worth all the accolades they can get. I think it's probably well deserving. But you know, again, just like BT said, you know, if it was private money going into their pockets, that is fine. But government money, oh well, it is what it is.
All right.
No.
Sorry, good.
Anyway.
You're reading Abati and Sambo, right? Sambo, that guy, the Arise guy analyst.
Yes.
Yeah, the guy, I've watched him. I used to watch him. He's a good analyst. He is quite versed in the political landscape in Nigeria. Actually, I thought it was pretty good. But it was interesting though. It was answering a question that was not asked to him. I mean, just like he said, you know, Abati asked a certain question. He was responding in a different way that that had nothing to do really with that question, because just like you said, we don't have a six-year term yet. So I'm not sure why he keeps saying that it's a viable possibility, because it doesn't exist. But just I said it the other day, and I think Abati or Sambo mentioned it. Peter B is the Kamala Harris of Nigerian politics. He doesn't like primaries. He doesn't like to compete with the rest of the candidates to emerge, because he knows it's not that good anyway. So whatever it takes for him to obtain the ticket without actually competing, that's all Peter B is all about. After all, I mean, he had the Labour Party given to him, and all he had to do was build on it, solidify the party, and build it up, or make it and strengthen the party. He couldn't do it at this point in time. And I said it before on your show. At the end of the day, Peter B may end up not being on any party, or may end up being on a fringe party just because of it. But in terms of the major parties, of course, in the PDP or ADC, I know, of course, APC is out of it, or even SDP. He might not be on those parties. And right now, there's a political machination going on in our country. And for anyone that's willing to pay attention, you can see. We know what happened in the last election. That three-way major party election was bad for Atiku. It was really bad for Atiku, right? And if we have that repeat again, the same result will emerge. This time around, we may actually have more than three main parties competing, if that happens. But the goal here is to corner Peter B, at the end of the day, it becomes a non-viable candidate, being a second fiddle to Atiku or whomever. And that's the goal. A three-way major party election guarantees Asiwaju to win. No doubt about that. He's going to win again, especially with the state resources and everything else he has going for him. So that's the game. And Peter B, Abati called him out. You know, it still has that in that style way of thinking. Thinking is the smartest guy in the room. It's saying he's going to do only 4 terms, or rather 1 term, 4 year. A 4-year term in Nigerian space, even in America here, they always fight for a second term. If it's possible to get everything done on 1 term, 4-year term, most people would not mind being there for one term. But it's so difficult to have anything done substantially in 1 term. And Peter B going around trying to placate the Northerners. It was quite clear he was trying to placate the Northerners by saying he's going to do only 1 term. He's saying that is to attract a viable, credible Northern candidate to join him on the ticket. So his so-called 1 term, you know, it's just all Peter B's child's play way of doing politics. That guy, you know, I still think he's better than Atiku actually. But man, Peter B is a really bad politician. He doesn't know any better. He doesn't know any better.
I just in that space that you are actually, yeah. So I think you probably already answered the question. So if Tinubu was to lose that election, then you would rather Peter Obi than Atiku?
Are you sure?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I'd rather go with Peter Obi than Atiku.
I'm not sure that's true.
Which would you rather, Abati?
No, it's not. No, for me personally, no. Let me. I plead the fifth on that one. Go ahead, Mark. Go ahead.
You can't bear to back Peter Obi. Look at this guy.
They're both horrible. Like they're both horrible candidates.
Yes.
But at least, apart from Atiku trying to sell all our assets to his friends, if you can stop that, if you can stop him doing that, then perhaps Atiku. But Obi to me,
yes, Atiku's window really was 2019. If he had won that election, then that would have been fine. Although that would have extended the north by
many said he won, but I will leave it at
that. Yeah, I including me actually. I thought he won.
Okay, well, if you say so. By the way, Prince, I left some links for you. Our last conversation about the impact of stadiums on the local economy. You wanted some research studies, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll look into it.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right, back to you, Prince. So, what else did you want to? We had El-Rufai's son making death threats on Twitter, and I was just saying then that he's only emboldened to do that because he knows that there will be no consequence. Who is going to arrest El-Rufai's son for threatening to kill somebody?
You know, I mean, I've kind of run in a circle of El-Rufai's son in Lagos like that, you know, way back. You know, that is the mentality. These Northerners with prominent parents and wealth, they feel they can do whatever they want, and that's the mentality. They have no reservation at all. They don't. If you know how these kids run around in Lagos back in the days, man, they carry around sword, like literally expensive sword around, and they drive recklessly. They do whatever. I mean, I've heard them say before that they're going to dagger somebody or kill somebody right there, you know, at a party. But it's quite interesting when you see these northern rich kids, I would say Fulani rich kids, and their southern counterparts. They don't behave the same at all. They literally they believe that they can take a life of another Nigerian and nothing's going to happen to them. Yeah, that's how they think. So, El-Rufai's son talking the way he is online on the internet, It's not surprising. And
but Prince, so you believe that the rumors that the end game is an RUFAI ticket on the ADC or perhaps on the PDP street? Are you buying that perhaps both of them might jump ship and go to the PDP, and we might end up having a PDP presenting OB and El-Rufai?
PDP presents OB and well, how is that going to work? No, unless Tinubu is at the wheel.
Both of them, if you notice, they've not committed to the ADC yet. They're not members of the ADC. They are still in their.
But that ticket will have to surmount two hurdles. They have to surmount Atiku Abubakar and Rotimi Amechi. So they have to surmount for that ticket to emerge.
No, not in the ADC. I mean the PDP.
Oh yes, you know the PDP. Oh, sorry, Prince, you have the floor. I keep carry on.
There's this push from the elders of the PDP to bring Obi into the PDP. So I was just wondering because we kept bringing out El-Rufai. So do you think that there will be a scenario where El-Rufai also finds his way back to the PDP?
Was El-Rufai ever in the PDP? Oh yes, under the Obasanjo.
It was one of those so-called youth at the time, young.
They're trying to lock this guy, Peter B. They know he's not that smart. They're trying to lock him up. I'm not sure how Peter B will go into the PDP, unless, just like I said, if Ashwagi is sleeping at the wheels or Wike is just out of his mind. They can go into the party, but their success is not guaranteed. In fact, it is curtailed already. They don't have that. I mean, it's not. I mean, it'd be nice if they went into the PDP party, but they'll be what they call managed. They'll be managed accordingly. Let's put it that way. They'll be well managed. What they're going to produce is what will be already known to the party owners. El-Rufai to me is never been a factor really. I don't know who's going to vote for El-Rufai. It doesn't. El-Rufai is paperweight, lightweight. It doesn't carry any political, strength in that space. It talks a lot, but it doesn't carry anything.
But it carries weight. It carries weight amongst the northern intellectuals, though, and the northern intellectuals have influence over the imams, and the imams control the votes in the north.
No, Peter, El-Rufai has this apparition of such, and because it talks, it may be able to engage. There's one thing to engage, a constituent. It's another thing to get that full backing, which I don't think El-Rufai is capable of doing. If that been the case, what happened to the election in APC losing the election in Kaduna State? It was that strong and so resourceful. It talks a good game. It talks a good game, El-Rufai, but I don't think it has. It gets a lot of accolades, like Peter B does, that it doesn't deserve. I heard it earlier reading an article or some responses from Chimamanda Adichie, right? Talking loftily about Peter B this and that, and that's quite common amongst Peter B supporters. They say all these nice, lofty things about Peter B that Peter B himself does not say. You
don't even see any of those things embodied in him. Certainly not in his carriage or in his antecedents. You can't marry.
Oh man, are they net those online? I mean, sorry, quick question, just a quick question, both you guys. Do you believe that obedience online, not the one offline, the ones online, are they net positive or net negative for the OB push?
You answer that question. You know the answer now.
No, I'm asking you.
The Degbolugi behavior. They've alienated so many people from that guy's narrative. They just the wild. Sorry, Prince. It's your space. And by the way, Kenny, Zita, Patoski, you can chime in. I think we're just free flowing. But how would you respond to that, Prince?
Yeah, I mean, Peter B does not embody none of those qualities they're trying to ascribe to him. He doesn't. We all know that. But again, if you hear people like Kenny and other people talk, you would think it's not the same Peter B that we're looking at that speaks, that does this and that. I mean, the over they oversell Peter Obi's ability. They oversell Peter Obi's non-abilities. That's the way it is. So Adichie talking the way she's talking, that Peter Obi is like what selfless leader. He doesn't need a presidency. He just want to serve the people. I think that's a plot for her next novel that she's trying to make up. So it's just a farce. It's just funny, ridiculous. But that's okay now. She's a big fan, so she's allowed to say all those things.
All right. What else did we have? Yes. You've spoken to. Yes, this one here. You see, it's just the same old permutations, isn't it? So they are now having now permutated, not finding a way through. They are reverting back to the Good Luck Jonathan narrative again, and apparently, in the quiet of the dark of night, the politicians are going to Good Luck Jonathan again to try and court him. So, why are we not hearing him coming forward? Do you think he still has the ambition? Do you think they are trying to? How do you think he plays into it, if he plays at all? Good Luck Jonathan, Prince.
Well, I think Madam Patience, right? She's answered that question. I don't think.
You know, he's just taking a second wife. Good Luck Jonathan.
Really?
Yes, he's just taking a second wife.
Officially? Officially?
Yes, I think yes. Some intellectual. Yeah, Kenny.
Jonathan cannot contest anymore. I've said this before. Because they've challenged this in court, and court has ruling that they cannot swear you in 3-4 times. He's been swearing in already 3 times. You know what I mean? So he can't. He by law he cannot do that anymore. So that's why he's quiet himself. That's why he's not coming out to say anything.
Are we sure, Kenny? Because
check me.
No. Hold on. Because if that is true, they not. So why was he allowed to run in 2015?
No. After he run for the last time, people now go to court. People go to court and get judgment.
After that.
Yeah, after that.
Okay.
So that's why. That's why.
Woman, are you? Do you know that?
No, that's not my understanding, BT.
Woman, go with it. I'm telling you.
I think they litigated it before he contended the 2015 election, and the law allowed him to contest. You know, so that's my understanding.
That has been challenged in court, and Supreme Court has ruled over that you cannot be swearing 4 times.
Why would Good Luck want to? Honestly, woman, if you were Good Luck, why would I want to run for? In this,
you know,
they lost their lure now. They lost her and their lure. You know, power is an intoxicant. You know.
I mean, it gets to a point like, you know what? I wouldn't, but hey.
Yeah,
Jonathan will not run. I can guarantee you that.
I mean, as Jonathan himself even voiced or even say anything as such that he's going to run, I don't think he wants to run. It is the people that rather, it's not Jonathan that's power hungry. It's the people around him, those who are trying to transit the power back to the north. Those are the people, trying to do all this permutation. That's how they call him Jonathan's name. I can guarantee that Jonathan has zero interest in all these things that's going on. I mean, if they want to give him the ticket and be the bag money for him, I think he'd probably like, okay, whatever, if you guys think I'm going to win. But I don't think it's Jonathan.
But Jonathan is the most sellable ticket to the north, though. It's the most sellable southern ticket to the north.
One man, they know that Jonathan cannot run. That's why they're not pushing hard. If the judgment is not there, I can guarantee you, Jonathan himself, everybody they go to him, and moreover, they know Peter Obi better than last time. Now everybody know him, so they know he has no capacity. They know it's not going anywhere. So, and they have no place to run to anymore. Jonathan cannot run. You know?
Well, sellable ticket, the most viable option for the Northerners is actually to strike a deal with Asiwaju, whereby he actually tries to transition the power back, especially to the Northwest, right? Because they're always power hungry, right? That is the most viable thing to do. But if you don't go through election using Jonathan to accomplish that goal.
But they're afraid of Tinubu is the thing, Prince Daddy. They fear that if Tinubu gets 8 years they don't even mind Tinubu, but they are afraid of what he can do. If Tinubu gets 8 years in government, then he can and almost certainly will break their hegemony permanently, and that is their that's their biggest fear.
Yeah, and it because he showed his hand somewhat with Kashim Shettima actually, and I believe he's going to do that, and he knows better. See, Tinubu is almost a sacrificial lamb in a lot of ways in Nigerian politics, because he's been doing a lot of things that he didn't have to do from the onset, like choosing Shettima as his VP, and he knows the stronghold on that country by the Northerners, the Northern hegemonists, right? He knows that. And, truly, I believe Tinubu is a gift to that country now. And if he wins the second term and he fulfills that goal of breaking that hegemony, I think it's going to be great for that nation. It's going to be great for Nigeria, actually. See, everybody, we're all talking about, yes.
I think Tinubu is proof that God loves Nigeria, but BT.
I would not be surprised if Tinubu presents an Hausa man as APC candidate in 31.
I agree.
I would not.
I totally agree.
Maybe like a not like something like mixed with like a north cent east and not like it's mostly from the central, but it's also Hausa. And it galvanizes the Hausa. It plays that same. I would not be surprised if it's Hausa and somebody from the creeks.
I agree with you, but not the Hausa. I think he's not going to present a Fulani man, and I think that's where their fear is. That's what you're saying.
Exactly, is my point.
But I think he may well present a Kanuri man, because the Kanuri man is the kryptonite of the Fulani man. I think he may present a Kanuri.
But woman, all along, I thought that's the reason why Kashim Shettima was chosen. Okay, for that role, and now if what you guys been saying that Kashim may actually jettison Shettima from the ticket, then what is the viability of a real Kanuri person running for presidency if it's not Shettima? Is there another option out there? I don't know one.
There's Babagana Zulum. Is Zulum not a Kanuri man?
But is it electable to that highest office? I mean, is it that?
Yes, it was until he started going against the Tinubu administration with the clown senator from what's his name, from the same state. Yeah, so once you start backing Ndume against the president, I don't think you were going to be on the. Yeah, so before that, I think it was everybody's favorite, but after that, people were like, "What are you doing?" So I don't know why he chose to go against the administration of Tinubu. If you know you have a political future, or you're aspiring to be president, I don't think you want to go that in that route. So I will rule him that one, man.
All right. Can people not already subscribe? Please do like and subscribe. So yeah, back to Prince. Yeah, it's going to get a lot more interesting actually, because there's still the question of and if you look at the body language of Kashim Shettima over the last few months, you can definitely say that there's something going on. So is it being marginalized in the same way we saw when Achibanjo fell out of favor? We saw how his body language changed.
That one was bad. And you remember when Tinubu came out and said they have turned him into house cleaner, house boy.
we used to call him boy here now.
Resign now. I you know what, man? I'm like, okay, it's making pot until I found out that Tinubu was actually hoping that he will resign so that he can take over. That they were going to put him in, like if anybody decides to resign, like then they will call him up and run for him. Because it was him, it was FFK leaking all this chicken from the house. Like, oh, we've heard that Oshiba is now cleaning the toilet now. I'm like, is that bad? Like, what's going on with this guy? But I think Kashish go bad to you. Oh my, it's not that bad.
That FFK get bad mouth, yeah.
Oh, that thing was, I'm like, man, he turned you to a house cleaner. It's now cleaning toilets now. Resign before they disgrace you and everything.
I can say, so I mean, people don't want to admit it. I think one time we were having this conversation, Patoski was shied away from it. Everyone in that country is still afraid of the Northerners. they are afraid of the North when it comes to power and everything else, because they appear to have this propensity for violence that I think others are not willing to go there, and that's why they feel entitled in a lot of ways. Now we're talking about politics. They always, they always feel marginalized once they are not in power. But like this unspoken rule about, okay, this rotation business, right? In every election, when Buhari was running, I don't think there was a viable Southern candidate that was contesting against Buhari. But when is the Southern turn? They don't care. They talk about that's when someone like El-Rufai would invoke words such as merit for leadership. That's what they talk about. Because they don't respect the Southerners. They don't respect us. They don't. I mean, I know the South, of course, is not a monolith. We know that. Nor is the North, right? But somehow, some way, they've been able to consolidate true power in the North, that is among the Fulani people. And that's why the so-called large majority Hausas are like, non-factor in their politics. That's how strong they are. That's how strong these Northerners are. And to the point about Peter Obi, Peter Obi, is trying to do what Tinubu took 30 years to accomplish. Right after the election, we also Peter Obi running up and down to the north, building what you call boreholes for water, trying to do some kind of smooshing with the Northerners. That's the way Peter Obi thinks. Now he knows that truly he did not have any breakthrough in the north in the last election. But what he's trying to do, of course, he can compress Ashwaju's accomplishment that took over 30 years in a much shorter term, perhaps a third or half of it. But he's trying to do it overnight. See this Peter Obi guy. That word really encapsulates Peter Obi, Badwe. That's Peter Obi right there.
Oh, all right, the graduate merchant from Oka. So I'm just looking forward to tomorrow as I watch them launch against Rueben Abati. Anybody they've started calling him a tribalist, of course, which is their go-to phrase. Anybody that doesn't think
he's a proud
yeah.
A proud son of the soil of Malaysia. Nobody with no Abati slander will be turned on this platform.
Look at that. I wonder, I wonder how he keeps it up. All these bow ties and whatnot. All this.
Stop doing that. Honestly, it needs to stop. It's embarrassing. Honestly, like seriously, you need to get a tie or something.
Do you think it's out of place amongst the? Sorry, go on, Prince.
It's for events. You were British. I'm not, but I thought it was for maybe like dinner and whatever. It's not like daily.
But it's an American thing, isn't it? That Martini man sort of look, some.
I don't know why it got there. Stop. I don't know.
Anyway, it's an eccentric, so that's how they are, isn't it? It's an eccentric.
But what did I heard that, unless I missed something critical in his about his submission. What did he say that was wrong, anyways, about Peter Obi? I didn't think there was anything bad that he said.
Prince, look at Steele. One man, we went to Steele's. Look at the data. Peter Obi, once you go to the core north, he fell off. He got about 11,000 votes in the Sokoto state. And you're telling me it has nothing to do with the residue from civil war? Well, man, let's be honest. It's still on. That's
the elephant in the room now that nobody wants to address. And
that is the reason why some of these guys up north don't want to deputize Peter Obi, because you are putting your political career at risk. Let's be honest. The core north they still have issues with that. And he didn't say anything that wasn't. I mean, I don't know what the controversy is here.
Okay,
what surprised me was that he went that deep. But sorry, Prince, carry on.
Yeah, yeah, okay, maybe that was controversial. Okay, when it's that part that he said. But we all know that the Northerners don't trust the Southeasterners. They don't. Nor do they really trust the Yorubas. But at least they respect the Yorubas because they, if we shake hands, they expect them to deliver, and that's why Tinubu has been able to go that far. They don't trust Tinubu because they know it's smart and it's dangerous, but they respect Tinubu to deliver if they have a deal. I think that's our relationship. But when it comes to the
I
Southeastern,
think it's more like a cultural, religion affinity thing. In terms of culture and religion, there's more affinity between the Southwestern. They are all Muslims. I
So,
think we're majorly.
so why
oh my
can't
no,
can I ask Prince a question? Because this came up in 07, 08 in America. One man, just give me 1 minute, if you don't mind. Prince, do you remember when Obama was running in the primaries and he was struggling against Clinton? And they said, well, America will not vote for a black guy. And it's because he's black and his dad is from Kenya. What did Obama do? Obama called a press conference and he had town hall meetings and he went to the whitest place in the country, in America, the so-called and he sat them down and he convinced them to vote for him. He actually had that they called it, I've forgotten what it was called, like a whole week-long thing that he was just holding, answering any questions about race, tribe, he's a Muslim, they were calling him Hussein Obama, whatever. He sat down and he answered all the questions. He went to the most difficult terrain and he addressed that.
Obama.
He's Obili willing to go to do that corner and sit down with them.
Oh, he's doing that now. He's going to the north now.
Not that borehole thing. Not that one. No. Go ahead. Sorry, Prince.
Obama is for whatever it's worth, is arrogant in a good way. He believes in himself. He believes in is a good speechifier. So he's more than happy to engage anyone. And that's Obama for you. Down there, you got to give him credit. And just like I said, Peter B is not in the same category as Barack Obama when it comes to politics. I don't support Obama's politics, but man, that guy is good. He's really, really good. It's really good. He's a very good politician, no doubt about that. Peter B is not there, not at all. And that's what I was saying earlier. That look, Peter B has been presented with so many opportunities to go out there and compete. When people see you compete and defeat your opponents, they respect you the more. That's why only people like Adewale and Man of Prestige would respect Kamala Harris. No serious person respect Kamala Harris because you know what? When she competed in the election in a primary, she only had 1% of the votes. Nobody liked her. She can't compete, and that's why when the opportunity came, they played some bad jewelry, and that's how she emerged. Actually, go back to Peter B. Peter B is kind of the same way. He doesn't want to compete in the primaries. He just want to be be out there and be the one that leads the party. It doesn't work that way. I mean, obviously, it works that way if he gets it. It did so with the Labour Party last election. He got it, but this time around, I think the smell is shenanigans.
So you think Obi is not capable of breaking to that wall? He can't do it. The corner, Prince.
I'm not even saying he can't do it. I'm saying that if he could, it should just like we just talked about Barack Obama. Let him go out there, just like you said. Barack Obama went ahead and engaged his protectors.
Yeah, remember I went to.
Sorry, Betty. You see, if Obi goes to the north, it doesn't have the language to penetrate them, and I'm not even talking about his speech pattern or whatever. There is no. What is he going to say to them? That's the thing.
Yeah.
What is he going to say to them to convince them?
Yeah, the cultural IQ is missing.
Let me put it straight. Part of this with Obama is religion. And what did Obama do? He went to Warren's church in California. The guy that his son offed himself, Prince, you remember, one of the biggest in California. And they had a live event in his church. Obama addressed the whole question, took questions from everybody. Because they said his name is Hussein, he was a Muslim. You must invite them in. You go there, but you invite them in. let them interrogate you about all this hypobia, whatever it is, because that is their fear, right? One man, because maybe it might be IPOB in the club. Then get the camera there, get the mic, ask me any question about us, and address those concerns.
Okay, BT, imagine Obi in a town hall in Sokoto, because when we're talking about the North, we're really talking about the conservative ultras in that space. So imagine Obi in a town hall in Sokoto. So when Obi steps in, there's already a chasm of distrust based on a lot of things that Abati said, the Civil War backdrop, the Saldana, the religion, the cultural chasm between the two of them. So there's already that. So Obi has to bridge that first in order then to present a narrative. And I'm not quite sure that Obi has the accoutrement. I'm not quite sure he has the
doesn't have the accoutrement, doesn't have the wherewithal. It does not. So it's so culturally backward when it comes to the rest of, especially the northern part. Obi can engage. I don't think he even understands them. If he speaks to them, you can tell that this guy is missing a lot of stuff.
Okay, I have one name, one man. I know people don't like him in the Southeast, but I have to say it, that could have done that. Okorocha, of course. I have seen this guy. I'm like, yes, this is it. But they blew it. He speaks their language.
I think Umahi can bridge that gap too. I think Umahi can penetrate.
But they don't like him for where he's from. That's the thing. But he gets what I'm saying. Those guys can do it. They can.
Well, I would not say. Of course, there are people like Okorocha. That guy. Is apart from him just not being. I don't think was a good governor.
He speaks the language anyway, doesn't he? He grew up in the North.
He's a very good politician. Yeah, he understands the language. He understands the culture and all these things. He's good at it. After that, but he just I'm not even sure about Soludo. If Soludo does, but Pitobi does. It doesn't.
Yeah, I'm not sure Soludo can penetrate either. He's too Eastern. He's too Igbo. Soludo.
You need like a liberal, like a culture or like a Umahi. I think they can do what I'm talking about. I hope I'm making sense, one man.
Yes, I think we're all in accordance on that. Yeah.
But unfortunately, Obi's going to go there and talk about, we are suffering in Singapore, the usual nonsense.
I was walking down the road and I saw an old woman and he said, Peter. I said, Ma, what you go to and do that in Sokoto? He said, Peter, get out. Sorry, Kenny.
See, one man, before the North, can change their mind about Southeast has to work very hard. They don't trust them. They don't. You know what I mean? So it's not this circle they will now say, okay, we believe in Southeast now, you can come and take the power, or we have to support you 100%. No. They have to change the way they politicking, they have to change the way they talk, and they have to present themselves in a proper way. I mean, in terms of policy, with the North. So North don't trust them. And if you go online, you have a lot of Northerners now on TikTok coming out to talk, and Southeast as well. Look, okay, this is what that guy said yesterday. The one that always abuse people. He said if Obi come to power, he will change everything. He will do that. That is their mental. That is their thinking. That's how they think. Majority of them, not all of them though. So Southeast they have a lot of jobs to do. We don't have that capacity. They know him well. We don't have what it takes to penetrate to the northern people. In fact, even for the fact that he's going to the north now, he's going to the Christian community, not the core north that he's going to. If you see Obi in the north, he's going to those Christian community. That's what he's doing right now. He's not even playing the policies right. So the northern people know him and they know the mindset of Southern people. That's why they trust the Yoruba people. They know that, you know what, these people, we can still deal with them. You can trust them than the Southeast. That's what Obi is going nowhere.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I think with our discussion so far, we are discussing based on certain presumptions. One, we have presumed that the North is the one that is going to determine whoever gets power in Nigeria, and that is not a good sign.
No,
that's not a good
I'm not saying that.
That's our argument. That's what we are not saying.
No, it's not. You just, I think you're.
Nobody is
Okay,
talking that way.
Let me
You
finish.
can't
I'm not
impose
saying
your
anybody.
opinion now. You are wrong, and you keep
Hold on
saying
now.
it has
Let me
to
finish
be
my
your way.
own too. You don't have listened. I'm saying we are. It's not what you are saying, but that's what you are saying that you are not saying.
So
That's
No, I've not even said nothing at all. I'm just coming in.
I'm not talking to you. I'm saying from the
That's not
argument.
Patoski.
Then the
Patoski. That's not what we are saying.
second presumption. The
No.
second presumption. Wait.
There was
now.
no argument, actually. See, that's what I'm
Somebody's
saying.
just saying something that is different now. Everybody's
Let
coming.
you
Let's
finish.
listen to me too now.
Okay, I don't know.
What we are not saying is that we are saying silently saying that the North will accept this person, the North will accept that person, the North will Tinubu will be able to do something. The North, we are presumed that the North has more votes than us, so in a way they are going to define who becomes the president of Nigeria. Then two, we are presumed that the North will vote in the same direction. Then the third thing is that we are assuming a homogeneous North. That's the base of I just want us to think about that. I will need us to argue, to continue to discuss. I'm just saying that look at it this way, that the North is not voting the same, not likely to vote in the same direction. North Central, North East, North West, Kanuri, even across the board. You have Fulani in South, in Northeast too.
But
Adamawa.
Patoski,
I think
it's not going to go in the way of
sorry, Mighty.
So we are presuming that, and then we are presuming that they are going to vote in the same direction, and then we are presuming we are speaking for the North. Oh, they will not accept to be.
Were you here when we said no? We said the middle belt and the corner. That was the conversation. It wasn't the whole North. Nobody said the whole North.
No,
So,
nobody. I've been listening to them.
I want us to think.
Can I say something, please?
I want us to discuss this too. I want us in our. No, I'm not discussing. I just want us to put this in our discussion as we continue, because I can't discuss now because I'm cooking. What if the North cannot vote in the same direction? One, then two. What if Tinubu conducts? Because I think that's what we need to do. We need to know how many people are in northern Nigeria. I'm telling you, the presumption that they are more than us might not be true. Let me not say than us, that they are more than the South might not really be true.
Okay, from the last election, we can gladly see that the number that always churn out from the Northeast, Northwest especially, is not truly the right number. And you cannot castigate them alone, because when you now compare to the South, a state like Rivers, a state like Delta, they also churn out over 2 million votes. That means all of them have been doing Ojoro one way or the other. So if you are saying
I don't think it's Ojoro.
Okay, when you have your...
I have time before you say.
Yeah. So because of the device they used the last time, it clearly shows that at least biometric were taken, or maybe the people that voted, or the interest that, or people maybe dwindle. A lot of people does not come out. It can also be another factor we can check. But from my own perspective, I look at it from this way, that mostly the North Central are always vote differently from the Northeast and the Northwest. If you are talking about a little bit of a resemblance, we can say the Northeast and the Northwest always vote almost similar. But when we are talking about the particular person you are talking about, you have to put all factors on the table. You look at when Buhari was the president for 8 years, and you look at the disposition of the people from the Southeastern. I'm not talking about the politician. I'm talking about the people themselves, the way they abuse him, they castigate him. So Abati was right. And most of the panelists today, I was listening to, are right by saying that the civil war has never ended. And that is the truth. And if the civil war have never ended, then the rest of the country, especially from the core north, they would be substituted to Southeastern presidency, especially if you look at the demeanor of Peter Obi. How does he behave? How does he talk? You can see him is also very tribalistic. There's a video of him going around the country telling everybody that it's the Igbo that developed all over Nigeria. Anywhere they find themselves, they're the one that developing. That's a trait of tribalism. All Nigerians are hardworking, and you cannot say because you come to a domain of a person, of a region, and then you are the one that developed that. Remember that the people that patronize whatever you are selling are the local people. They are not your people that you brought from your region. So you can't castigate them and say you are the one that developed that area. That is totally false. So I will stop now so that I can give other people to talk because we are just discussing. You can go ahead, Madam Zita.
You know what you people are discussing, honestly. I just heard you saying that the North are manipulating numbers and the Port Harcourt are manipulating numbers.
No, from so many different elections, if you look at it from 1999 to probably to 2019, you can see that most of these KK states always turn out over 2 million votes. And the last election clearly showed, because when they start using biometric, you cannot all those Ojoro stopped. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay.
What you will consider is what's the voter turnout in that area. The voter turnout in those areas in the last election were extremely low. And the general voter turnout in the whole of Nigeria, can you imagine? They said it's 25% of the registered voters that came out. So if you say that the numbers are being manipulated, what you are actually saying is that the number of registered voters by INEC is manipulated. Because now look at it. All those states, if you go to INEC portal in 2023 and go to all those states and look at the number of registered voters, they're extremely high. Extremely high. Just as the results usually do come out. But when the D-Day came, for some reasons, they didn't come out. So generally, the turnout of the number of people that came out to vote were low. And even at that, they still have very high number of turnout too. Lagos used to fling number too. They will claim that there are whether 60 million people in Lagos, and they throw out number. If that is what you think that is happening, all of them do throw out number. You cannot only pinpoint the states that have come out with big numbers and say that the ones throwing out number. Or if you think they throw out number, that means the whole of Nigeria do throw out number. But I'm not going to look at it that way. I'm going to look at INEC's registered voters. Then how many of them came out? If those areas are still having highest number of registered voters, then you people are in for their show. That's just the simple truth.
Yeah, I like I said before, there are so many factors to be considered. You are right, because at the end of the day, what I'm just basing my argument upon is that the last election was based on data that we can follow, because of the biometric they use. So that is why the losers, when they went to the election petition tribunal, they were unable to prove cases of rigging or they were rigged out. It's as simple as ABC. But in those elections before the previous ones, there were no data or something to really follow, because everything was mutilated and so many things you cannot really follow it up. That okay, this is this person, blah blah blah. This kind of people voted this place, and this is the result we get from this place. So the beauty of this last election is that it has really improved Nigerian elections when we look at the cycle years over for the last 20 years, or maybe since 1999. It has improved it. So, and if we continue in this round, I think it's good for the country. So I don't know why some people are still clamoring for, we should do it, INET should do, what do you call it, website portal or whatever. You already have the result sheet in your hand. You are snapped, you have done a lot of things. So so many things.
Let me. Yeah, I also presume that register needs to be reviewed and cleaned up.
There is nowhere.
Remember,
even
you're right.
Even in the United States, it's not called red time. It's still their so-called their own electoral body that counts it.
Zita.
So that's why it takes days before they also announce the.
No, let me. Zita brought something. You know, Zita raised the number of registered voters, and look at it as compared to the number of the turnout, that means turnout is very low. Zita, if you remember, towards the election, is it this election that they said they were seeing a voter's card in forest and all those things? You understand? So I want to presume that even that register might be dirty. They might need to clean up that register. Because they were seeing
Listen
voters
to
card
me.
and all those stuff.
Patoski,
Yeah?
I am in tech.
Mm.
Anything that has to do with biometrics cannot be, it might not be 100%, but cannot be failed. That's the right word. So if those people came to register, unless otherwise you want to demeaning the institution and said they were busy putting unnecessary pictures in a card and printing it, which I don't even know who is going to do that anyway. But what I'm saying is that if people walk in there, stood on the line, their forensics is being captured,
Nigerians will do that
forget
for
it.
money. Oh. They'll do it for money. Oh. What
Huh?
are you saying? They'll do it. They'll put children. They'll
So
put
they
children.
will
They'll put foreigners.
create what you are saying. I really don't want to go this route, but
They will
since
use
we want to
children
talk about it,
fingerprints. They will
let's
use
talk about it. So
foreigners.
what you are saying is that INEC will manipulate, use
Of
use
course, and next
AI.
time,
Hold
of
on,
course.
hold on. Use AI to create passport photographs of unexisting Nigerians and
No,
print
they will
their
use people
cards.
that are existing underage. They use underage now.
You are saying a different thing. That's why I don't really need to. I don't argue this way. You are saying a
No, but
different thing.
that's what INEC has been doing now.
Hold on. You said INEC, those registered voters might not be re-registered voters because they saw some of them in the bush. Then I told you that those are humans and they were registered because fingerprint is needed. And now you come up that they are minors. It's left for you who is sitting down here in one-man platform claiming that the fingerprints that are captured are minor. Take them to court and bring out the fingerprint. We should stop doing all these things about our institution in a global platform. You go bring out the fingerprints and then sue them to court. Prove to the whole world that those fingerprints are minors. I don't understand this. We are saying a different thing. You jump into another
Are you
different thing.
not
That
aware that they saw registered voters? Are you not aware that they
yes.
saw voters card in bushes? Bags of voters card in bushes.
Listen, let me tell
Are you
you.
not aware? No, I'm just asking that question. Are you not aware?
Even in soccer ways and all manners of places.
Are you not aware?
Listen, let me tell you. Until INEC declare that they lost bundles of their voters card, wherever they see voters card, whether it's deep fake or it's created, because I know one of them was created, it wasn't real. So whatever places you see voters card and dumped voters card, those are for you people to discuss. I'm not going to discuss that on global platform. But if INEC said that somehow that they lost some of their voters card on transit, then we can start talking about that. But for somebody creating pictures and videos and showing voters card that are really actually the one that was real was actually old voters card, because the barcode, anyway, I don't want to talk about it. Please, I don't want to go to that route. I beg you people. Can you take me to the discussion of today?
All right. We were talking about obviously they are starting to permutate Goodluck Jonathan back into play, and really what's really striking is his silence even, and Kenny is even insisting that the law doesn't even permit Goodluck Jonathan to be on the ballot anymore. So we were talking about that, and then we were also talking about
You
Ruben
said
Abati.
Goodluck Jonathan are banned from being in the ballot. Is that what you said?
That's what Kenny was suggesting, that there was a judgment.
Who is Kenny?
Kenny Mighty on the screen right there. They're our resident artist.
Okay.
So he was suggesting that post the 2015 elections, People went to court to bar Goodluck because the constitution doesn't facilitate for you to be sworn in 3 times. So that was what the argument was. But
apart from that, he has ruled for almost 7 years. So is he going to rule for almost 12 years? I don't get it, but continue. But
yes,
never mind, that's not the angle I want to take it when you finish.
So we're talking about that, and then we were talking about El-Rufai's son making death threats at people on social media, and we were talking about how emboldened, how entitled he must feel to feel emboldened enough that he can do that without repercussions. We were talking about that, and
who is emboldened?
El-Rufai's son. Somebody said something about his mother, and they were saying then that he has access to security agencies that can flush the person out, and it will kill him then and his
That's
family.
what him and his dad has been doing in Kaduna now.
Yes, now they were on a killing spree for 8 years now, so it's had a taste for blood, and then we were also talking about fresh off the victory of the Super Falcons, the Nigerian female football team at the African Championships, the Nigerian female basketball team. They've now repeated what the footballers did,
So
and
I
of
get
course,
good luck now.
because it happened so quickly, then they got the same compliments, $100,000, etc., etc. But people are starting to complain that the gifts is out of proportion with the achievement. So are you in accordance with that? That $100,000 and houses, etc., etc. As reward for winning African Championship, that's a bit excessive. So that's just broadly where the conversation is. We're talking about Peter Obi, of course, but I think you are fed up of talking about Peter Obi already, as I suspect.
Okay, let me start with my wonderful girls that are making Nigeria proud. Those who are saying that the gift is out of proportion, they don't understand what is sports and entertainment. And that's why Africans, even as much as they're going into entertainment, they don't really hit it until they go to the West to perform. Why? Because it's those people that value it and they pay for it. So if you look at a Nigerian lady who staked her leg in the field to play football to win, and she was given a meager 100,000 US dollars, and that make you weep. And then on the contrary, in the Western culture, another young man or young woman play around with the same little round object in the field, and he's being paid millions and millions and millions of dollars, and you hear him or her say, come on, Ronaldo, Messi, this, that. Is it not the same round object that they're playing with, that you're watching? You see, this is actually the problem we have. That's why I remember in those days when they brought World Cup to South Africa, in accordance with Nelson Mandela, they wanted to respect him, actually forced him, because he wanted it to be played in his country. They forced them to bring it to South Africa. Number one, 45% of the people that came for that World Cup ran back. They didn't stay because of the air pollution and other things. They were happy to come. Most of them, it was their first time in Africa. They left. Secondly, it couldn't sell. The World Football Federation couldn't sell that tournament. They didn't make money out of it. Why? Because they took it to people who don't buy. $100,000, that's what a whole Nigerians are crying blue mother. They're crying blue mother. That same girl sold to British Football Club. We earn 100 times that $100,000. And they pay them that. It's too much for Nigerians. When most of them might lose their leg, lose their life, lose everything in the process of playing that game. Anyway, that's who we are. We actually do not place values in things. That's our life. We don't. That's why we actually gave your so-called colonial masters our artifice. Some of them we are giving to them willingly because we do not appreciate something. We started crying blue mother when they were making hell of money from them. So it is what it is. They can cry for all they care. Shebi, please, woman, I hope they've given them the money. The money is not on transit.
That's I wondered about that as well. Some of the promises that they made to the Flying Eagles about 2 decades ago. Some of them they are not they just make all these promises for just publicity. But I suspect for optics.
Woman, this one will not happen like that. First lady love sports and she love those girls. You know what I mean? Madam Sita, thank you for saying what you're saying. Thank you for supporting them. They will get all
$100,000 is too much, I have to say.
It's not woman, it's not.
Mighty, let me quickly contribute this. Most of these female footballers in their professional club, some of them that are, how much are they even receiving compared to what men have been receiving? I think what people are complaining about is not right. Because you have to look at, this is the female footballer that a lot of people, most of them probably came from maybe lower middle income, and in most of their club, some of them are not even receiving up to $2,000 to $3,000 as their salary every month. And they have been winning this competition for more than 10 times. And giving them $100,000 and giving a 3-bedroom apartment, to me, it's not too much. Because
it's not giving anything in the first place.
Yes, as an athlete, if you break your leg, that is the end of it. Some of those ones.
Let me say this, please. See, my daughter played for West Ham Academy. She's 17 now. She has injury, and she has to go through operation. I know how much I spent. You know what I mean? Day and night, take her to train and all that. It's so stressful, and we spend a lot of money. So, and I told her yesterday, I said, listen, you're going to go through this injury. You're going to have your operation on your knee. But I want you to go and pitch for Nigeria. And I was showing her the video of those girls. I was proud to show her that. She's a mistress. You understand? And she was watching it. She was happy. And she had that mindset as well that, you know what, one day I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this for my father's land. So being in sports, those girls, for them to be where they are today, they've gone through a lot. So if they pay them $200 million, they deserve it. So no one should just come out and complain.
The argument, let me try and pin this. The argument that people make is that, and it's two-way, because if you say what you are paying those girls is too much, some politicians are not even contributing half of what those girls have contributed to our pride. They get much more than $100,000, even by just striking, by the stroke of a pen. So if you look at it from that angle, the girls are not overpaid. But if you look at it from another angle, look at soldiers that die there in Boko Haram. To settle their family, their entitlement of maybe 1.5 million, they go through hell. If you are a soldier, you lose your life in the course of deep duty, I don't think you get up to 10 million naira. They don't pay them up to that.
And I think that is a thing to be looked into for most of this legislator to pass a new law.
You know they have protested today.
Yeah, they should.
Retired soldiers, they led the protest to Ministry of Finance. They look at some of us have died defending this country, and how much are we getting to even give them relocation allowance? Because when they retire, they compel them to move out of the barracks.
But you cannot really. I know they have also done a lot of good things.
So those people are dying. Those people are signed to defend us and die. If we are in war today, if the country is so insecure, we will even go and play any tournament.
Okay, now look at this from this Patuski. There are some set of the 1994 set of the Super Eagles. Some of them, after the Cup of Nations, they didn't get a good club, and at the end of the day, they were dropping dead like flies. Some of them cannot even afford to pay for their medication, and they play professional football all over Europe, and nothing to account for. All the money gone away. Probably they too did not save for the rainy days. I don't know why. But at the end of the day, these are women that there's one girl in particular, her name is Biodun something. She was even lamenting on social media that people are saying you look more like a boy who's going to marry you. Look at that from an African sentiment or from Nigerian sentiment. Look at the way that why are you going to marry a female footballer? It just look like a boy, something like that. In the African settings, always everything has to be man alone. They don't even care.
But that's not just. You have not justified the pain.
Sorry, Pato. Pato, surely take over.
Hello?
Yeah, Money surely take over.
No.
Hello?
Okay.
I'm back.
Okay. But what I send this thing to you so that people can know. That is what Mighty has been talking about. Can Jonathan so Mighty is right. There's a 2018 legislation about it. Even Adichie of Ondo State governor can only rule for one single term. After that,
so now don't collect the term from my mom.
I don't think Jonathan can contest it.
One man. The thing is that I finished with our wonderful ladies that made us proud. I'm so proud of them. At least today, somebody shout "Omo" for television. And look, I don't want to go into that, but it is okay.
Somebody shouted what? Omo?
Omo for television.
Yeah, why? Why did they shout Omo?
I will gist you later.
Say they see fine babe or waiting.
No, a white person. I was
let me tell you something. Actually, let me tell you the depth of the Nigerian culture. We're talking about the women national team winning the African Championship. The women national team of England, they also won the European Women Championship. And then when they were doing their victory parade, their lead person, some lady, I think either their coach or their captain or something, then they were, they do this flotilla sort of thing on this floating thing, and then they parade them and everything. And then they said, blah, 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 well done for winning all these things. They gave them a lot of money. They gave them £70,000 and all manners of gifts. So whilst they are doing that, then they brought that captain forward and they were talking to her. They said, we've got your favorite artist here. Do you know who came on the screen?
Burna Boy.
Can you imagine that? It was unbelievable.
It's the coach, not the
coach, yes.
It's the coach. And she was singing. Coach, yes. She was singing with Burna Boy. The same song. She was miming the rhyme. I watch it.
Mama, I said something on your WhatsApp.
News. He was reading the news, and it was there is what they call it, like news in a funny way. After the main news, they read that one in a funny way. Like they read the news, they make a joke out of it. So the guy read the news, the next thing he shouted, "Oh more."
But Zita, why should somebody even be against the reward that they got? Why should somebody be against such a thing?
Envy. And you see,
is it envy or the hatred?
No, people, it's not envy. I think people feel it's too much. $100,000 for winning an African championship.
One man, it's not too much.
One man, what kind of rubbish is that? How can we say such a thing?
One man, I said
one man, let me give you a brief history. In 1985, the maiden edition of Under-17 World Cup was won by Nigeria and Canada. Do you know how much they gave them that time? By this Buhari. Buhari gave them $5,000 that time, 1985. All of them. And they gave them a house. 1985.
Even the 1995 Olympics, is it 95, right?
96
Yeah.
96 Atlanta.
Yes, they gave them a lot of things. In fact, they made those boys to fly high.
1980 Shagari, when Nigeria, Segun Odegbami and co, Felix Owolabi, Christian Chukwu, when they won African Cup of Nations. In fact, that was the first time they gave them a house in Nigeria. So, you know, these people, their career.
Simba, you have not made an argument now. You're only saying
Let me tell you, the reason is this. Their career, let me tell you,
you are simply saying
the
because
career,
they did it before. Because they did it
the
before.
career, let me tell you why they pay
it was right.
people in entertainment with now. Why they pay people in entertainment, sport more money than usual civil servant and all those people that work. Their career is very short. And any little thing can actually ruin their career. So there's no amount of money that they can give them that anybody can say is too much. It is what we see all over the world now.
No, we are
Maybe I
saying that
just tell you my story now.
Wait.
We are telling you that soldiers also die.
Can I?
You are not even talking career ruin.
I beg you, so stop. In America, where you are, in Canada, where you are, is it the same amount of money they pay the soldiers in Canada that they pay the people in entertainment?
Thank you.
The government
What are you talking about?
Hold on.
Can I explain?
The government, if you go, wait now. If you represent America and go and win, the government will not pay you.
Waiting.
The government will not pay you. But
Hold on. When it comes to entertainment is something that has to do with the mind. It is not the government that is paying them. This one is a gift from their country.
Exactly.
It's a
and
gift.
it's one of.
It's not a payment. Please.
Yeah.
Let's separate.
It's not a career earning.
It's not a career earning. They just did something for their country, and their country, they were so excited and they gave them a gift. That is different from payment. But let me go to the payment aspect. The payment aspect is the humans that pay them, that the entertainment or the sport gladdens their hearts. It's the passion that pay them. Not actually, I wouldn't say not actually the worth of the sports. It is the passion of the people that watch them. You can see some people when they are watching football, they'll be kicking their leg, doing like this. The billionaires that pay them, you need to see them watch that match. You see them, some of them do have heart attack.
So it's not government that is paying them.
It's not the government now.
So that's what we are saying.
Government can give them.
You don't understand. One-off payment is different from the regular payment. She is talking about regular payment.
No,
everybody, there is no country. Let me tell you, Patoski. If you call Canada is not good in sport, if you are in Canada and you are saying this, the women of UK that just won the European Championship, European. They gave them money. UK gave them money. I mean, England, they gave them money. So for your country to honor you,
they get $40 million.
Is this Patoski?
40 million pounds. That is no more than what they gave them in Nigeria. For God's sake. So Patoski relate to that one.
They didn't give them 40 million pounds individually. You know, it was a pot. They got about 70,000 pounds each, thereabouts, yeah.
70,000 pounds,
which is still a significant, yeah.
70,000 pounds equivalent to $100,000.
Okay, let me say this. You see this argument?
It's more than actually 70,000 pounds is more than 200 million, I should imagine.
No, it's not up to now. Is it not 1.2 to 1.2? No, 1.2 to $1 now.
It's
1.2
pounds.
1.2 pounds. 1.2 pounds to $1.
No, I said it's more than 200 million naira.
No, we
No,
are
they are
talking
giving
about
them £100,000
$100,000.
now. $100,000 now.
If 70 million pounds is not up to $200 million naira.
£70,000. Is it not about 2,222 to 1?
Yes, 70
No,
million.
2,200 to 1.
Pound to dollar is not 2 to 1. No. Pound to dollar is 1.2.
You see
$1
this
2
argument
cents.
we are arguing
$1
on the gift that
5
was
cents.
given to them.
No.
That's why those clubs in Nigeria, people like Dangote are not owning them.
Yeah,
But he wants to hold
sector,
on.
You know,
He wants to
if you see these people, post their post career, some of them, and that's why they find it difficult to survive. It's very difficult to. I don't know why anybody use that.
Simba, we agree with you. But we are saying, look at soldiers, for example. Post-career,
My
do you
brother,
think
forget
soldiers
about
survive?
soldier, Jare.
Forget about
No,
soldier.
okay,
Forget about
fine.
soldier because you have the soldiers in your family. And you are saying that
That's
you
very
have soldiers.
insensitive.
What about doctors?
That's very
Let me tell
insensitive.
you.
I am,
Let me tell you.
because I'm
Everybody
very
dies.
disappointed in you
People
guys.
die in the
I
course
am
of duty.
very
I will give you
disappointed.
example.
I am
I
very
will give you.
disappointed in you guys. No, I don't
Be
think I want to.
disappointed. You can emotionally blackmail us.
It's not emotionally black. I'm disappointed.
Disappointed now.
Simba, how can you say forget about people that lay down their
You
lives for you?
are the one that brought it. If you want to fight for them, let me tell you, if you want to fight for soldiers on their own, you can fight for soldiers on their own. But you cannot say they should relegate one because they want to elevate soldiers. Forget about it. If you want to fight for soldiers, fight for them on their own right.
Why you doing comparison?
Why are you making comparison?
Remy.
Oh, okay.
Fight for them on their own. Don't make comparison.
Can you calm down?
It's okay. I
Can
don't
you
think I
calm
should be
down?
arguing with you guys.
He did not understand what I said.
Sorry, Madam Sita, sorry. UK soldier, they never collected 70,000 before.
Hold on. Let me explain. I said something.
Why did you come out and contest?
But I want you people to understand what I'm saying. When it comes to entertainment and sport, is the passion that paid that money. You didn't understand what I mean by that. How many people sit down to watch soldiers bomb everywhere? How many people sit down to watch soldiers open fire on human beings? You are looking at
how many companies will sponsor that? Zita, how many companies will sponsor soldiers killing people?
Number one, the work of the soldier is gory. That's the word to use. Nobody watches them. Nobody have passion to what they're doing. Nobody even want them to continue doing it. But they just have to be there, and that's just the truth. It is what it is. But for this sports, it is the passion that pay. People want to watch it. People want to. How many betting sides do soldier? The war between Vietnam and US, the war between Ukraine and Russia. Who bets? Who win? Where did you see that one? So you didn't understand what I said in the first place.
How many TV channels showing them?
Listen to me. You are making a terrible comparison. That's just what I'm telling you. There is no basis for comparison in the first place. They are not the same thing. In totality, there is not even, in fact, mentioning soldiers, you are demeaning the profession of our security agencies.
Madam Sita.
Hold on, let me finish. Bringing them into the shenanigan of people having fun and sitting in the television or playing with a little ball in the field and running around the field and people singing and jumping up wearing a torn jeans. You equate their lifestyle of what they do with soldiers? Come on, man, now. Haba. Must we compare everything?
Madam Sita, sorry. If
Tinubu didn't...
Sorry,
Zita.
if Tinubu, hold on.
Sorry, let me respond to Zita.
Let me say this.
No,
let me
Zita,
say this.
no, let me come.
Let me say this now. Wait.
I have the right of response.
If Tinubu
Zita,
did reward those girls now, you guys will be the first person to come out that guy he didn't even care about our ladies. They thought
Will you allow me to respond to Zita?
Oh, yeah, respond.
Because what you have said now is not different from what Zita and the rest have been saying. So I don't know why you still want to make a point. Zita, this argument does not have leg. It's like a car without tire. who is diminishing soldiers. You have diminished soldiers by not valuing their lives, by not paying them their entitlement, by not placing value on the sacrifice they made for your country, by you all collectively saying, forget
Maybe
soldiers.
you don't understand what I'm talking
No,
about.
this argument no get leg. No get leg.
You don't understand what I said.
Car, wait, don't wreck. Wait, they don't
But
remove
I
the car.
want you to understand. I really want you to understand what I'm saying. That when talking about entertainment, I'm talking about when we are speaking about entertainment and young boys like Davido and Kiss Daniel jumping up in the field, in the stage, singing and showing their bum with all of them all over the world, with people playing with little objects, a round object in the field, running around. For you to bring the discussion of the soldiers into it is demeaning. If we want to talk about soldiers and how they are being treated, that should be a topic of another day. Bringing them into this fun? Come on now. Haba, those people don't do fun now. These are serious individuals. Hold on, let me see. This guy is not understanding. I don't argue like this, please.
The ones just don't argue the way you want to argue. You can choose the way you want to argue, but I have a way to argue my own argument. So you don't have control about my argument. I don't have yours. Make your argument, let me make mine. The soldiers are the ones coming out.
They are not the one. It's the social media. It's the politicians, the people that are bringing all those gadgets.
Give that you where you just wait. That part of the world where you live, you are not even
I beg one man.
Now Nigeria, I do. Don't say I did that. The Pato, I did Nigeria, so don't abuse me.
What's the next topic,
hold on, Simba. Sorry, Zita. Let me play Simba about 2 minutes of this.
Wow. Nigeria, our country. It is fine. This video where they do I'm like this. And they do this video. And they dedicate this video from the seat of councillor down to the seat of president. This video na for una. In fact, to all our leaders, now no see person just do work for 3 months. You know, even each a month, it will be 3 months. Nigeria president is signing 160 million for each person. All the players, they are 24, if I am not mistaken. 160 million for each of them. And all the coach, they are collecting 80 million. 80 million. All the player, president give them 3-bedroom flats, each of them. And a Nigeria soldier, number one security of this country, money whether they pay him from the very day where the person go join army till 35 good years. That is when you have luck to serve the 35 years. Plus the one where they will pay you, say you don't retire, may you go rest. If you join them together, you know rich money, whether they give those gears where do work of 1 month.
So that's where the argument is coming from.
Can I?
One man, let me tell you this. Based on this video, one, that is the reality of everybody, even including doctor, including everybody that works for government, even the private organization. These people, how many people participate in sports is a rare talent thing that you give to few people. So comparing this with,
can we end this matter? I beg.
Before we end it, I quickly
let me go to my own another topic now.
So let me quickly chip in on this and then.
Wait, let's talk about this. So
Let me quickly chip in. What I want to say is very simple. The soldier said they only work for 30 days. Is he kidding me? As a football
No, that is one understanding now. It shows a poor understanding of the situation.
As a football player, you have to start from an age of 4 or 5, and you go to training nearly 4 or 5 days in a week. You put in a lot of sweat before you can even get a job.
They are paying them for that tournament now. They are not paying
No,
them for.
he's there for 30
Which
days.
argument? Which kind of argument?
No,
Which kind of
listen,
argument?
No. Let me
no.
finish first. Let me finish now. At least we allow you to finish.
No, what you are talking
Let me
is
finish. Let me finish.
You know, I've never spoken like that.
No,
But
you are
let me
making
finish
a
now.
rubbish argument.
Let me finish now. It's not a rubbish argument. Let me finish. You cannot say rubbish argument. You put in a lot of work from age 4 or 5 to when you get called up to national team. If you are lucky, you'll be called up to national team when you are 15 years old. How many of these girls, thousands of them that are putting their sweat there, they never get called up to national team? And this is
even when you talk about risk, Remy, let me say this. I have a colleague now that they have terminated his contract. Do you know why? Because he contracted hepatitis from a patient.
You see.
And they say sorry. The guy cannot work again as a doctor. So what are we talking?
So every job
please,
this is somebody who has invested several years of training and training at the peak of his.
Hold on, please. Every profession.
So what are we talking about?
They invest. There is time. There is no profession that you don't invest time. If you don't invest time, you're not gonna make it. If you don't invest your time in it, you will not do well in the profession. So both the military, both the footballer, entertainment, everything, doctors, nurses, tech people, is brain drain. We all accept that. But what I want to make clear to those who will listen, the money that comes in entertainment is not because of the name entertainment. Because nobody goes in there. It's not everybody that goes in there that make it. It's not everybody that goes into sports that make it. It is the passion. You will be able to hold that passion to make that money. Period. For us to sit down here and begin in the process of discussing the money that people in sports gain, we jump somewhere and pick our soldiers. Can you imagine such a discussion? And drag them into it is actually ridiculous. I am not saying we cannot advocate for the soldiers. Yes, one day something happen. And when they buy them in Delta State, I told them to wipe the whole Delta State away. I personally said it in this platform, and everybody said I'm a witch.
Madam Sita,
so that is not, please, you don't understand what I'm talking about. Can we end this argument? I have ended this argument a long time ago by saying entertainment and sports, what pays the money is the passion. I don't know how to explain it to you. It's the passion. It's not everybody that went to entertainment makes big money. If these girls did not win this competition, this $100,000 would have been given to them. So I don't know where this argument is coming from. I've said something very simple as ABC. It is not the sports that gives them the money.
Please
it
move to another
is
topic
the passion.
so we can talk. Move to another topic.
Please, what's the next one? What did Jonathan do? Stupid Jonathan. What did he do again?
I think they are pushing him to come and contest under the AGCs.
No problem now. You see, one thing about election, as I said before, I said that about Atiku. There are two reasons why you can fly. You can win an election. Position. You position yourself. How do you position yourself? You try to get, for those who doesn't do primary, but let me continue. You try to win the primary in a well-known party. That is position. The moment you get that primary ticket, the election is half won. Then the next thing is your person. What is the political cloud you carry? That is number 2. Then number 3 is, what are the situations surrounding these two things? So it is not all about going to ADC. ADC is an old party. They have jumped into ADC. They are now in ADC. I'm sure by now they are planting their offices of ADC all over Nigeria. If at all that ADC will fly. They're planting their offices around the whole Nigeria. Now, if he goes to ADC, let's assume that ADC all of a sudden became bigger than PDP. That is a good thing for them. In terms of spreading into the grassroots, that is a good thing for them. Hallelujah. Praise God for them. That is one. That means they have won half of the election. Then Jonathan, who be Jonathan? What's his charisma? What is the political cloud he has built around him? I remember you people telling me here that one of the reasons why he lost the election wasn't because of what Tinubu and his conglomeration of cankerworms did in 2015. That the reason was that he didn't have political clout. Fine. And the same man, you people are saying he's going to win election now. I don't know, but I always listen to Nigerians because I noticed one thing. I will come to that. Then the third thing is the situation. The situation includes the people that are backing you.
Have you got water beside you, Zita? You sound like you need some water.
I drank, in fact, I drank water. It's the water that I drank that is making me cough. It went through the wrong place. So the situation, when you talk about the situation, is what is happening in the country. Those permutations, most times they don't work, but it's one of the conditions. Then people who are backing you, how are they serious to pump money to make sure they get it done? Because it will take, the backing means money. So Jonathan can come out for all I care. I don't care. Anybody who is a Nigerian can compete with Tinubu. Let them go and slug it out. I wouldn't stay here and be saying, oh, he doesn't have right to compete. He has right to compete. Anybody, after all, in 2023, four of them jumped into the ring and started fighting for the first time in Nigeria. NNPC, and Shaida is his name, NNPC man. Is he NNPC? I already heard that president. What is it? NNPP. What is the name of the other party?
NNPP. That's Kwakwanso.
Thank you. He has the boldness that he's going to win the election. P2B, on the contrary, with his conglomeration of supporters, said he is going to win. Atiku felt he had it in his pocket. Even when Wike was dancing like a corpse that was not buried, he didn't budge. He felt he had it all sorted out. Tinubu on his own was going about like an orphan, begging people to vote for him. At the end of the day, what happened? So if they want to be 15 now contesting, they should go ahead. Who cares? They get into the ring. Who will win, we win. But if it will be shameful if after all this abuse and all this insult, they win you come and be ranting that our institutions are not working. That's when I think I will come in. Because this idea of people coming to global platform to insult Nigerian institutions, I don't like it. Now, back to what I said I wanted to say before. I noticed that whenever our elections, more especially presidential election, when it's approaching in Nigeria, we Nigerians see it as a joke. We're not serious about it because the frivolities we talk about on who will win and how they're going to win is actually funny. But let me say this. I am a Nigerian. And for every Nigerian listening to me, let me say this to you. If you are waiting that your person you voted for and the person you like must be the person to get the job done, then the joke is on you. I will ask Nigerians that it doesn't really matter who gets into Aso Rock. Pressure him to do what he says he's gonna do. Chicken. But this attitude of because it is not my person that is there, it's either I turn a blind eye or I don't see anything or I begin to do all manner of abuse and cancelling and verifying. It will not work. Oh. The job will always be on Nigerians. They will go in there, do whatever they want to do and come out. The next day, another person will go in, do. Why am I saying this? Since I was born, I don't think anybody has ruled Nigeria except Nigerians. It is same Nigerian. Whether it's a Hausa man, it's a Yoruba man, it's an Igbo man, it's a Benin man, it doesn't really matter. It's a Nigerian. So if we continue with this attitude of joke with our presidential election, in the sense that if it is not my man, we won't push him to do anything. All we do is abuse him. Anything he doesn't do anything. Let's bring this. It's been going on like that over the years. But until we change, that the moment the election is over, whosoever is there will mount pressure on him. Are you gonna do this? Are you gonna do this? Are you gonna do this? Watch what happens. What is happening in Western culture. You leave the politicians who are the opposition to do the opposition. You as a Nigerian, your job is to get that man, whether you vote for him, you didn't vote for him, to do what he says he's gonna do. Otherwise, as always, the joke will be on us. So let's continue on how Jonathan marched with El-Rufai will become the president. That's not going to guarantee job done. Or how Peter will be marched with Jonathan. By the way, one man, who are they marching Jonathan with? Hello?
He's on his own now.
No, he's
They
going
are
to
still
contest with
winning him.
Adichie. Huh? Okay.
They've not said, they're just permutating his name at the moment. Almost like El-Rufai.
Let's continue with the permutation. So who is he going to pick from the north?
Well, the natural choice would be El-Rufai, wouldn't he?
Why is everybody picking the El-Rufai? Obi is picking the El-Rufai. Atiku is picking the. Why is El-Rufai the bride of all of them?
So Atiku is picking El-Rufai too.
One Obi is confused right now. All of them are confused. They're confused set of people. They don't even know where they're going. Atiku never registered with ADC. He has resigned from PDP.
All right. Sorry, let me read it. This is Peace Forever. It says, one man, you sound sleepy. Oh, yeah, shake body. You are right. Guys, I'm going to be shutting it down in about 10 minutes. I can barely keep my eyes open unless somebody turns up to take it on. But we'll take it to the background. But I'll send the link if anybody wants to come in. But carry on. I'm about beat now. But carry on.
Yeah, so they're all confused. They don't know where they're going. ADC, they are fighting battle with law. The owner of the original party, they're fighting with them. So they're not even putting their foot on ground yet. Obi don't know where he is, whether he's in Labour or he's going to PDP or he's going to ADC. He doesn't know what he's doing. You understand? All of them are confused set of people.
I don't think you're right.
Okay.
Let me tell you. When you say I don't come again. No. When you say he doesn't know what he's doing, He doesn't know where he is. You are talking about, you are making comment of a man who has usually been somebody who fights. Obi doesn't do primaries. So it doesn't really matter whether he knows where he is or where he's going or what he wants to do. He's waiting for somebody to hand something over to him. So he doesn't really, him and his supporters doesn't care whether he's confused, deluded. They don't care, because they are all waiting for somebody to hand over something to him. Like if it's Labour Party will say, hey, he's not our presidential candidate. Or ADC will say, hey, he's not our presidential candidate. That's all Obi is waiting for. So for you to come and be saying he's confused, he doesn't know where he is, those things are not necessary, because it has never been necessary for that man.
No,
it's
when
not
I say
important. It's not important in his political growth. That's how he has always been. Okay? When he gets so confused, they hand it over to him. He doesn't do primaries. They hand it over. But the problem he has is that when it comes to presidential election in Nigeria, Nigerians decide. And you have to work and push them, campaign, convince them to vote for you to go into Asoro. They're not going to hand it over to you. So that's where you get stuck.
What I'm saying is, at this point, all the three parties, they're not ready to hand over to him free like that. ADC will not give him free tickets. PDP will not do that. So he's stuck with Labour. That's what he's asked. Because PDP, they're inviting him to come, which will not allow him to do that. You know what I mean? ADC will not allow that.
So which faction of Labour is he stuck with? Because Labour is divided into 2 or 3.
Exactly. So that's why I say he's confused. He doesn't know what to do.
But let's discuss that Labour. Recently, I heard that the Abure faction, actually the candidate that they submitted, that the INEC rejected the candidate. So which of the version of the Labour is actually recognized by INEC?
INEC did not recognize anything. Even SDP candidate, they rejected all their candidates because they are in the court of law and there's no clear judgment to say this is the candidate.
So a number election that is coming up now, there is no candidate for Labour.
No candidate. No candidate.
But I thought they said this man, what is his name?
Abure.
No. This man that used to have been contesting before is the one representing Labour during the governorship election. This former central bank man now, what is his name?
Mogalu.
Mogalu.
But from the look of
in Labour.
Now he went to Labour. But from the look of things, I don't think INEC also recognize him. So you see, they are in deep trouble. All these parties.
They're not in trouble, no.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I hope that they give them the opportunity, but it's going to be a long
They're
day.
not in trouble. The problem they're having is that for somebody like Obi, he waits for somebody to hand something over. He is waiting for them to announce him because he is not going to go into any primary.
So if is that what he's waiting for, so most of this big party, PDP...
But I actually think ADC is for... I don't really think Atiku is going to contest in ADC. I think he's going to contest in PDP.
No.
Resigned from PDP now.
See, let me tell you what Atiku is planning. You can see Atiku has resigned from PDP. He has not registered with ADC, but they've registered their new party, Ada, with INEC. They are waiting for the outcome of that one before he makes his move. That's what Atiku is waiting for.
Don't you think that one is also will be too late for him? From PDP, listen, from PDP to ADC, from ADC to ADA, under 1 year.
No, he has not registered with ADC. He's waiting for Ada. He's waiting for Ada to be register with INEC.
And then we now cross carpet from ADC to ADA again. Now,
So now he's not in ADC yet because he hasn't got their.
No, what do you mean that it's not? Don't you see him wearing the cap of ADC all around? That guy.
But he's not registered with them. He hasn't got their card yet. That's what I'm saying.
So
that's what.
God.
How long can you be a member of a party before you can contest in that party?
I think it's even more than 1 year. You have to be a member more than 1 year.
They can give them wafer now. They can give them wafer.
Kenny.
Yes.
Kenny. So as you did now, no laugh, as you did now, you are telling the story of this man. For your mind, these are the kind of men in Nigeria that are aspiring to sit in Aso Rock. And these are the men, when I speak about them here, people jump and start abusing me. Now, let me ask you, Kenny.
That's what they're feeling now. But that's what they're feeling because they don't know they're right from the left. That's how they feel.
As you are telling their story, in your heart of hearts, as you are telling this man's story, somebody resigned, was in APC, from APC, jumped to PDP, picked their ticket twice to contest for presidency, then ran away from the PDP, said he's forming ADC. The next thing he said ADA. From ADA, they run to SDP. From SDP, they run out and trying to register ADA. From that ADA, they said now they are forming coalition. They ran to ADC. ADC screened. They ran out. They are not registering. And they are standing. And they, according to you, they are waiting in one corner, waiting for something to happen before they take. These are the people, when I call them deluded, confused, people come here to abuse me. Nigerians, when I say things about these idiots, Nigerians come here to abuse me and tell me how nice they have been and how empathetic they have been and how they did a wonderful jump in their last position.
Madam Sita, I want them to continue the way they are continuing. That's my prayer to them.
And at the end of the day, you look around Nigeria, this same man has been in power for how many years now? In one capacity or the other. And they are still the ones telling Nigerians that Nigerians is not working. They really actually think we are idiots.
No, Manasita, campaign has not started yet. They should wait. See, they should go and listen to what Kiyamo said to them today. You know what I mean? Those guys, they are waiting for campaign to start. They will end when. Kiyamo said, we know that they know us. We know. See, people, you'll be ruling for donkey years. You'll be governor for 8 years. You'll be this, you'll be that. And you didn't do anything all these
and
years.
you still come out to tell Nigeria, this Nigeria is not working.
What kind of
People
that?
hungry, people are suffering, and Nigerians are jumping up. We are the one that we, I mean.
Zita, let me tell you, if you are in Nigeria, let me give you an example. I have a younger brother that works with a private corporation. And then we were speaking about the airport contract that they said and he was saying, why should government award the airport? What are they going to do in the airport that will cost that money? And I asked him, I said, come, the company that you are working for, the contract that you are getting, how many of those contracts did you get directly from government? He said, no, that one company collected the contract and now contracted it to another company. Now they are the fourth company to get out of that contract. I said, okay, so if they awarded it directly for the money, let's say you will go to market, you find, oh, this a piece of ruler is sold for 10 naira. and government now said, okay, let me award it for 11 naira. You now that you are working now, you are working for your company and you are collecting your salary, you are getting paid. How will you get that money? That government contract is different from individual contract. The way you look at it, you don't look at things and say, oh, if I do this thing on my own, this is how much I will do it. Government deliberately award contract, put money into it so that money can go into circulation, people can get job. But they don't understand all those things. The only thing they will say, no, because they want to steal the money. It's corruption now. They just want to steal. That is everything about Nigeria. Nigerians view everything from the prism of corruption. That is.
But Simba, wait to. Sorry, APC chairman resigned. He was made the chairman of FAN. And fast forward a few weeks after, Keyamo announced renovation of airport.
Not renovation, it's a reconstruction. Sorry.
Well, reconstruction, renovation, whatever. Don't you smell rat? You know?
There's no rats there. This thing has been there for long. This is not a plan that they have today.
I think
why we always like, let me Adewale, when if there's nothing that people cannot look and say, okay, this is why they are doing this. Why are they doing it at this particular period? If you are thinking the way you are thinking, we will not do anything that.
No. I'm just playing devil's advocate. I wholeheartedly support that project. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
Okay. In addition to what Simba said,
part of
I
your
was
equation.
sorry,
Hold on,
Daddy. I was just watching the Lagos to Calabar highway. Now they have reached kilometer 100, and I can deduce that they awarded a lot of subcontract. They do it in phases by phases. So many small contracting construction company were given contract, maybe dredging of the sea, maybe some filling and the rest. So that is exactly what Simba
let me chime in. I think I heard that. So Simba, part of your equation is that also bad contract, poor jobs, shoddy jobs in contracting construction is part of the way government spreads the money around. Is that part of it also?
What do you say?
Okay, I say part of your equation also when the award is contract, when they do bad jobs, poor quality jobs, shoddy jobs, that's part of the way government spread the money around also.
It's what informed that question that you're asking me?
What you're saying that what you're saying that, which I understand that the government they pad the contract, they give one contract, the contract goes around, it goes around.
Not that way, Prince Daddy. Come on, man. Have you ever been to a construction site?
He knows what he's talking about. Even he himself has said it several times here. The way they even awarded contract even in US. So what are you talking about now?
No, because it's Nigeria. He will talk that way. If that contract is in America, they will tell you they are doing the right thing.
No. We'll say I'm asking the question because I'm Kemi by the luck of America. So
I said the male version. The male version.
Okay, guys.
Okay, the male version. Okay, the male version.
Can we talk about Abati and the other guy that's talking about that's flogging Obi? Can we talk about that?
Okay, Sambo. That's Sambo. The argument between Abati and Sambo.
Abati was on his period at that time. That's why. So his mood was.
One more. Can you play that video for us?
It affected his mood. That's why.
So let's.
He forgot the script. That's why it was. Sorry, guys.
I think Sambo is probably is pushing for B, but unfortunately,
it's always all
the roles are not straightforward for B to become the president of Nigeria in 2027. And that is why when people say structure is not being built by 1 or 2 years. It's a lot of years. Do you know how many years these guys have been there, like Atiku, Tinubu, and the rest? How many times they have spent millions of naira from north to east to south to putting people in good position, governorship? If Obi 8 years rule in Anambra, if he had put a lot of people into good position, maybe they will come in handy for him now. But no one has even come out from his commissioner or people that he put into board in Anambra to say, okay, we are supporting this guy. It's not easy to rule a complex.
Remy, Arise Communication itself, they taking upon themselves to advance Obi's political journey. So what they're doing is that internally they have some of their staff that disagree with some things, but they've resolved to support indirectly by trying not to attack Obi, at the same time trying to advance his political cause. Now, Abati is not just a presenter in Arise; he's one of investor in Arise Television. That was the reason why he had the boldness to criticize, to say some things boldly without being reprimanded. The other day, you guys hear when he was yelling at the director, the way he was yelling and telling the director not.
What did he say?
He was telling the director that he can't gag him, that he has a voice that he will speak his mind regardless of whatever they think. He was saying it. He was, I forgot, he had a line that he was commenting about something, but I guess the director was telling him not to talk more about that. I should go to the next thing, but because it wasn't, I guess it doesn't align with what Arise is known for, so he now started going off script and he was talking on here, reprimanding the director that you can't tell me this. So how many broadcasters have the audacity to correct the director on here? So that tells you about as an investor, it's not just a presenter on Arise Television News. He was one of the pioneer and one of the investors. That's why he wasn't made a director of this, a director of that. The guy really chopped money during Jonathan era. He really chopped money. In fact, he was credited with a statement by saying that he didn't come to the presidency to count bridge. And you could see the way he jumped on the bandwagon of contesting for governorship. I mean, vice deputy governor when he was still shortly after his principal lost the election. So what am I saying is this: is that Abati, from time to time, he will come to speak his mind. He knew this. I mean, tell me what he said. Nobody can counter him because he has been in the president and he knew all what goes on in the presidency. He knows about power, the enormous power an individual can have while being the president. So do not say, "Oh, I've tested power, then I will only do 4 years." Even his own principal reneged on that promise to the north. So if it could happen to the like of Jonathan, he knew that Obi is just playing gimmick with what he was saying, just to and whoever is listening to that, or whoever is convinced by that rhetoric by saying, "Oh, it's just 4 years," that person must be a fool, a political fool. So Abati knows what he was saying when he said that. And even his co-panelists were not comfortable with that because they know what's up.
Dewale, let me ask you this. What kind of discussion is that, Seth, in the first place? Why should you, as a journalist working and then you choose another journalist to discuss a candidate and be speaking on behalf of a candidate? Where did they do that?
Well, in some cases, what Sambo was doing there was more or less like, speaking the editorial voice of which they've
He was not
concluded.
speaking, he was defending. Let me give for
No.
example.
It was
When he asked him,
analyzing.
When they asked him that, he said he's going to do a 4 years tenure, and he was defending that 4 years, that is possible. They should listen to him. They should buy it. They should try something different. He was likening it to what the statement Jonathan made during his own regime, that they should make it 6 years single tenure. How did that one related to what the question that do we have 6 years single tenure now?
I mean, maybe he's thinking of revisiting the constitutional review proposal.
He was talking off tangents. The guy was just talking off tangents.
Simba, see, go and watch the video of Sambo back. Every people that has been interviewing, he always push his own agenda. He always push his own thoughts above them.
Is the media that is working for, not him. He has to toe the line.
Yeah, so
everyone.
That's what he always do. I don't like
everybody.
So why are you not saying he's doing the editorial, he's putting it? The guy was actually speaking like a politician, defending Obi.
Wait now. Like I said earlier, Arise News has taken a position. Now, him being invited as one of theirs to analyze, and most of what he said was purely opinion. His self-opinion.
I've not seen the video yet.
The video, did the one man play the video?
And I was not
No.
listening to the woman was playing it.
So it was more or less an opinion. However, it was more of, just like we said, defending Obi in a way. But it took that stand because that's what the media itself, Arise News, believe in. So by Abati countering him by saying it the way it is shows that he was not towing the same line with Sambo. And they knew what's up. It's just like let's push this agenda and see how it will stick. Anyway,
They started by deflecting the attention away from that statement that Soludo said, that Soludo was not actually addressing Obi, that he was addressing another candidate who's contesting against him in Anambra. You remember?
Yes, I do remember that. I remember he read, as a matter of fact, his co-panelist or his co-anchor was a little bit confused because that goes to what they've predetermined. That Yoruba lady, during our own review, concluded that the subject matter wasn't actually the not the person the Sudo was referring to, but Obi. But Abati now, when it was now reading his own statement, shows that they have probably they've not compared notes. So it was like the lady was confused that wait a minute, are you saying something different than all we know? And it's like, yeah, this is a different ballgame. He was talking about somebody else. So you could see the confusion on her face.
Why didn't they perfect? They are acting for us. They are actings. They have turned themselves to Nollywood actors. So if they want to add, they're supposed to have a script that all of them supposed to have written. Read before they come on here.
I think Abati has had enough of all their policies they're playing. At that station. That's why MK Abela, Tutu Abela left that station because he couldn't align with what they want to do.
We all know that, but it's just that we can put two and two together to conclude. Maybe that's what happened, but we don't know that.
Abati has had enough of all those things.
Because shortly after Tutu left, she went to work with the Osun State governor. You guys remember? She did some PR job for him, and then she disappeared. Anyway, but come to think of it, all media houses does it. Look at TVC. Don't they do it too? Does what is it called?
They don't.
Who told you that? This guy, this big bald-headed guy, what is his name? He told you. Go and listen to some of his analysis. You will see that he was a little bit biased too now.
The guy always said the truth. Go and this is very well. He said the truth. Even when
the guy has turned to a one-man demolitions gang. Most of the journalists are actually against that Otitoju, and that's why he's been speaking the way he's speaking.
Yeah, because I always say the truth now.
Claudio Otitoju is a veteran in the print before he ventured into the television, and he's one of the senior. I think he will be 60 years old this year too. He's one of the most distinguished journalists. And when what's his called? RUFAI was trying to rubbish him the other day. He said, no. These are veterans. These are the grandmaster of this game. They've been in it for a very long time. So you can't just come up today and say, oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Maybe you need a tutor from him, as well.
Sometimes when I see the TVC, I was like, oh, are you guys serious? Are you, because they talk as opposition sometimes.
No, TVC is more or less in the same boat with APC. And that's the way I say it.
But their presenter or their anchor, they ask questions more politely, much more better than the way they put it.
It's not that obvious. They're kind of.
It's not that obvious, but you can at least we can deduce from some of the analysis.
They are APC, but the way to ask questions, not arrogantly, I put it to you, or that kind of no.
Come to think of it, APC enjoy more access to the presidency more than every other television station.
You mean TVC?
Yes. During Buhari, it was only TVC that was allowed, or should I say accredited, to cover that barrier. Not even NTA. At first, RUFAI wanted to comment about that. It was shush because they said, look, this is no good. What if they had not allowed
Have you
us
forgotten?
to?
Adewale, during Buhari time, TVC don't have chance with federal government. They don't give them chance at all.
No, they never. Well, I
They were
mean,
trying, yeah, they were to the complaint that you guys should come and give us job now. Something anytime they have chance, they don't even look at them.
Abati went to presidency twice too now. They had a special interview with Buhari twice, if I can remember. Ruben Abati was there. Tudun was there in one of the.
That's what I'm saying. That TVC they don't have chance at all. With Buhari.
Unprecedented access.
Yeah, so if they had a full access now, I don't blame them. Even still, they still don't have a lot of people coming to them for the fact that because they know it's Tinubu station, they don't still go to them.
I have a question, guys. What do you think Aburo went to Wiki to discuss?
So what I see there is that I think Wiki and Tinubu have covered all the aces. Okay, so any party you go in that Nigeria, it is still Tinubu men, you will find them there. So don't be surprised that they have some document against Aburo. They are throwing in front of him. He's going to play ball.
A black man.
Aburo went to collect money.
You know, the other day,
that's it.
Diwali, I put it to you. All right.
Yes, my lord.
Actually, you know, the other day I was talking about they might not even consider would be for VP, and that ADC is meant for Atiku. And I don't see why Atiku will not step down for Jonathan or Obi. It will never happen. And
Jonathan is not even coming back.
And Obi does not want to go for any primaries. So that means invariably or indirectly, maybe Obi is also playing a script. Who knows?
That's another angle though. But nobody has answered this question. So if Aburi had gone to Wiki to collect money to do what? Well, what are we insinuating that he would do for them in 2027?
So that means there is hand of
collect money to do whatever. Listen, Abure is not stupid, man. In this game, to Abure is 100% getting paid. He's getting paid no matter what.
Getting paid to do what?
Whatever, it don't matter. You name it. It's for sale.
We cannot confirm he collect money from Wiki because Adewale don't put another narrative.
It's somebody that said he went to collect money now.
But what we can know is that
It's Prince Daddy that said he went there to collect money. Is the same person that's asking you question. He was the one that said he went to collect money.
I know. I know.
Prince Daddy.
That guy,
where's the evidence?
Becoming. It's
so I think that he has gone to Wiki, negotiate with Wiki to frustrate the heck out of LB, out of Labour Party.
So why would it be obvious?
At what point? Let me ask you. Adewale. Okay, BT.
That's the plan. Why would I be on camera and take pictures? That is usually done behind the scenes. You don't make it obvious. Like that's your plan now. You want to.
Yeah, but you remember, Abure too is also been more or less ostracized from Labour Party as well. So he's a factional leader as of now. So he has the.
If I fight my life, I will not go to a position that will help me in the Labour Party. I'm not getting the money.
No, I think he's getting to.
Visit whoever I wanted to visit now. Abi, if I go and
the issue is this. The issue is this. When Papa and Co they were doing their shenanigans that time, they said it was Tinubu that was sponsoring them against Aburi. So at what